Hear me? Is it echoing?
It's echoing, yeah.
Is it still echoing? It is.
We ready? Yep. Okay.
Am I still echoing, guys? Yeah.
Yes.
You are. I wondered, Joanne, if you might have two different sessions open. Not sure.
Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar on an online digital platform and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make the presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wishes to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address because the committee and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you don't agree with our decision, they may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant must proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, Applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Then, individuals, either in support or opposed, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for the items in the afternoon's time slots? Are there any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Item 16.
No, item 16 's this
Sorry,
morning.
item 26.
Okay. That's it?
That's it for this afternoon that we know
Okay.
of.
Number 21, 43 Cambridge Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by replacing the existing front porch with constructing a new covered front porch and stairs. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Zoran Ternanik.
And I'm the applicant.
Yes. Can we have your name and your address, please?
Zoran Tirnanik, 44 Ramsey Road, East York, M4G1N8.
Okay. Could we have some opposition? Could we have your presentation?
We have a letter of support, 7 pieces. I don't know about opposition. I don't think so. And do you need my presentation?
Yes, there is someone who's online who's opposing the application, so we need your presentation.
Okay. What we are trying to do is to replace existing porch, which is not covered, and existing stairs to a new covered porch. The issue over here is that the client wanted to have a covered porch. He has a small kids, and he wanted to have a place to sit down and enjoy the afternoon. The existing porch is about 5 feet wide, and it's uncovered. It's just a landing. So the new porch is 6'6", and once you put a railing, you end up with 6 feet of clear space. In terms of the zoning variances, we are encroaching 4-inch more than we are allowed in terms of the encroaching to the front yard. We believe this is minor. In terms of the left and right side yards, to push porch for 2 feet, it won't work because we have an entrance door to the house, and the porch will block the door. And there is no benefit of creating extra space on the left and right because we have existing setbacks of 8 inches on south side and 14 inches on north side. That's the setback of the building. Creating additional space on the side of the porch, it just creates unusable space, which is hard to landscape and doesn't improve anything. In terms of number two, the encroachments of the stairs are exactly where the existing stairs are, and even a little bit better position. The existing stairs are right at the edge of the building. We are pushing slightly in, so the railing meets the center of the post, and it can end up at the post. By pushing stairs 2 feet away from property line, you're basically cutting landscape area in two pieces, and it's probably much better to have everything in one piece and the strip on the side, which will not be landscape anyway. It will be paving. And the last number, two items, 3 and 5, are about the landscaping. Unfortunately, my calculations show that I had 75%, which is 7.61 on my drawings. However, the examiner didn't agree with me and didn't allow me to calculate the area on the left and right side of the porch. He deducted that area and claiming that this is very hard to landscape and it will end up being a paving. So the area of landscape dropped to 45%, and I don't have any other option there. I think it's minor. We are really trying to improve the area. If you have a chance to look at the picture that I sent, you can see that it's a very ugly area, front yard, and we think it's improvement to the whole street. And by the way, I would like to mention that both buildings on the left and right have porches, stairs, almost every issue that we are discussing right now. And the building on the north side even has enclosed area of the building, which is closer to the property line than our open porch. So I don't think we're doing anything that is really worrying to anybody. I think it's improvement. We think it's a minor, and we are asking committee to consider this for approval. Thank you.
Okay. So, any questions, panel? Mr. Creelman?
Will, because I'm in a noisy environment, but I would say that I agree. It seems like a minor change and an improvement to the neighborhood. I live just up the street.
Okay, so could we have your name and address for the record, sir?
That's it.
We didn't get your name and address. Hello? Mr. Creelman?
I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me properly.
We can hear
because-
you, and
Okay,
can we have your name and address, please?
so it's David Creelman at 63 Cambridge Avenue.
And I think you said that you were quite pleased with this addition.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ternanek, I don't believe we need to hear from you since there's really no opposition. Panel, do you have any questions or comments, or do we have a motion? Yeah, Nimrod?
Yeah, I think that the variances are minor in nature. This is a narrow lot with a very small front yard. And so I believe that the variances are minor. I would move approval of the variances with no conditions.
All right, do we have a seconder? Joanne, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 22, 487 Brunswick Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing rear 1- and 2-story additions with a ground floor deck and a 3rd-story deck With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Benzkowski.
Correct, and yes, and it did take a little digging, but yes, there
Yes.
were 2 phases. This isn't included in the.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, my name is John Benskovsky. I'm here to represent this project. And I think it's very, very interesting in terms of the way it's constructed and designed.
All right,
Will be constructed.
can we have your address, please?
Yes, my address is 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, and you're not Jonathan, you're Jan?
No, I'm John.
Oh,
I'm the
John.
dad.
Okay. All right. So I don't know that we need a presentation, but if you have something to say before I take it into committee, you can tell us what you have to say.
I think at this point, I think let's just take it into committee.
Okay? All right, panel, do you have any questions? Okay, any comments, or do we have a motion? Joanne?
Thanks. I think on balance, this application is indeed minor. The way that they have treated the additions at the rear, the impact is minimal. I think what's being proposed is appropriate and is not out of character with the neighborhood. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I would like to move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 2.
We have a seconder. Peter, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Lori?
This is weird. It happens on its own.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So,
Fortunately, that's what you'll have to do.
okay.
It's not convenient
No, sometimes it takes me a long time to get it.
to get there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so we move on to number 23, 44 Arundel Avenue. The purpose of the application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a one-story addition to the existing enclosed porch, as well as a new front landing with a staircase. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, reports from community planning, urban forestry, and property planning and development, Toronto Transit, TTC, and 3 signature petition in support with this. So Alam Makur.
And committee member. For the record, my name is Al Kur, and I'm here to represent the homeowners of.
Yeah, so we can't hear you, Mr. McClure.
Second.
I think if you spoke more closely into the microphone, we would be able to hear you.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we certainly can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Alam from 159 Quebec Avenue, and I'm here to represent the homeowners of 44 Arundel.
Okay, so I don't think we need a presentation. I see that Mr. Allen's on the line. He says he would like to speak. I don't know that we need anybody to speak unless you want to say something before we go into committee.
If no presentation is required, I will save you guys time, but if Mr. Allen would like to speak, he can go ahead.
I'm not sure. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you. We need your name and your address, sir, before you can.
Okay, thank you. Tom Allen, 44 Arundel Avenue.
Okay. So we're going to take this into committee, but if you want to say something before we go into committee, please go ahead.
Okay, well, the description is a little deceptive. It sounds like we're adding another story, but we're not. We're just extending the roof over an exposed area of the front porch, which is an unfortunate design that we got when we bought the house, but it is a little balcony that acts kind of as a funnel for the rain and leaks into the room below. So we just want to cover up that little balcony to make it part of the covered porch. It's extending the roof over the porch by about 6 or so feet.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay, comments, or do we have a motion? Peter?
Thanks. Yeah, as the applicant said, this is extremely minor in terms of what's being proposed. It's just a slight change to the roof and some adjustments below. So the impact of this is negligible. The variances requested are minor, and I move approval subject to urban forestry condition 2 and the planning condition about substantially in accordance with drawings.
There are also TTC conditions. Are those real conditions we need? We need to add the TTC conditions, Peter.
I don't think so. I don't think we're allowed to, or they aren't enforceable by the city. I think that's why we usually don't. But staff could comment on that.
Oh, well, Sabrina said we need to add them. Do we need to add them, Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would just add them on the, just to ensure that these things are fulfilled prior to a building permit being issued.
Okay.
I mean, what Peter said makes perfect sense. City can't enforce it, so we shouldn't. But I think we should mention them anyhow.
Sabrina, in the past, we have never attached the TTC things as a condition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I'm hearing is perhaps these are more advisory conditions from TTC. If you haven't had them in the past, then perhaps maybe we shouldn't add them for today.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay, Peter. Do we have a seconder for Peter's motion? Joanne, all in favor? Have your approval? Thank you. Number 24, 11 Gledhill Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition, a fourth-story staircase enclosure in order to access a rooftop deck and a rear exterior staircase from the second to the ground level. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from Land Use Planning, the Toronto District School Board, a report from Urban Forestry, and another report from Toronto Transit Commission, a 17-signature petition in support and opposition from 9 Gledhill Avenue. Mr. Goldman.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Barry Goldman. I'm the architect and the agent for this application. Before I get into my presentation, I will add, and we have elected to remove the enclosure associated with that. So as a result of that, we will require.
Mr. Goldman.
Yes.
Two things. Number one, please give us your address. And number two, you need to repeat what you just said because you faded out.
Forgive me. My address is 321 Carlaw, Unit 203.
Sorry, Barry, I believe that you also opted to use your video, so you can turn that on now.
I have to click start video. Thank you for that. Oh, there I am.
Thank you.
Yes, so with getting some feedback from planning staff, we elected to remove the rooftop amenity space and the associated staircase enclosure. I believe the drawings you have are the correct ones. They say reissued for committee, so yeah. So the drawings you have do reflect this change. We did obtain a new zoning notice, and as a result, we no longer require variance number 2 or number 5, which were for the height of 12.1 meters. Variance number 1 we will require, which is the side yard setback. Variance number 3, we will reduce that from, I think you're showing 12.1, we can reduce that to 9.66 meters, which is the height of the 3rd floor wall. The other height was for the staircase enclosure, which we've removed. And additionally, variance number 4, we've slightly reduced our FSI from 1.11 to 1.08.
Barry, can you also state what is that in square meters for fuller space?
Yes, so that'll be 235.7 square meters, which translates to 1.08 FSI.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as part of the revisions, the purpose will have to be amended as well, just to remove 4th-story staircase enclosure in order to access a rooftop deck.
Right. Okay. Anything more, Mr. Goldman?
I believe that the proposal is minor and meets the 4 tests. With that preamble, I'm happy to make a presentation if you like, or answer any questions if you have.
There's some opposition. If you want to say something more.
Did read the opposition letters from the adjacent neighbor, and number 11. I'd characterize their issues as technical and building code related, and they don't really pertain to the zoning or the variances that we're seeking. And likewise, the neighbor across the street, the TTC, I think was concerned about where they're going to be storing building materials and items of that nature. So again, I would characterize both of those letters as not really pertaining to the variances we're seeking, but rather building code and courtesy issues.
Okay. All right. Any questions, panel? Okay, let's move on to Michael and Barb Chavez.
Through you, Mr. Chair, those speakers have left the room.
Okay, they left the building. Okay, so we don't need to come back to you, Mr. Goldman. Panel, do you have any questions, comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Joanne?
Thank you. I think I was struggling when I first looked at the list of variances with respect to the height and the top floor rooftop deck. But noting the elevation drawings seem to not show those, and that we now have confirmation from the applicant that those have been reduced and the variances have been adjusted with respect to sidewall height. In my view, what is now being requested with the amendments made to the application, I believe I would consider them minor. I don't think the built form will be out of character with what's in the neighborhood, and if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve the application as amended, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Right. Okay. All right, do we have a seconder? Nimrod?
Yeah, and we are amending as well, Joanne, the.
Yes, and the purpose, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Both the variances and the purpose. Thank you, Nimrod.
Right. So Nimrod, are you seconding the motion? Okay, all in
Yes.
favor? Have your approval, thank you. Number 25, 172 Kerzen Street. Purpose of the application to alter the existing three-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition and a front first-story porch and basement walkout. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from community planning, and correspondence in support from 174 Curzon. Julia Bork.
Yes. Yes, I'm here. I'm the agent for the owners.
Yes, may we have your name and address?
Julia Burke, Bourque, address 40 Fernwood Park, Toronto.
Okay, so I'm going to take it into committee. Do you have anything to say to
No.
the panel before we go into committee?
No, I don't. Thank you.
That's okay. Panel, do you have any questions or comments, or do we have a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a strong application. It's really minor in terms of what it's proposing, matching up with its adjacent neighbor. The variances are small and the impacts are small as well. So I move to approve this application, subject to the community planning condition about the tree planting.
Right. Do we have a seconder? Yes. Aaron? All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 26, 44 Van Stassen Boulevard. The purpose of this application is to convert the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling from one unit into 2 units by installing a secondary suite within the basement. Also to construct a side and rear two-story addition with a rear ground floor covered deck as well as a new front porch, in addition to permit a front yard parking space on the existing driveway. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from community planning, a report from urban forestry, 2 form letters in support, and opposition from several people on Van Stassen, and 1 person on Ermac, and 1 person who provided no address. Stephanie Kersner.
Chair and committee members, we are actually requesting a deferral of this matter today.
Yes, can we have your name and address for the record, and then you can tell us why you need a deferral?
My name is Stephanie Kersner, and my address is 337 Indian Grove. I am the agent, and together with Russell Cooper, co-owner of the property, we received comments on June 8th, which advised of a moratorium on front yard parking in Ward 4. We had discussions with planning, and on June 9th, the next day, we were able to resolve these concerns through the submission of a revised site plan and obtained a revised list of variances. While this resolution was reached 13 days before today's hearing date, staff did inform us that we would be required to seek a deferral in order to provide sufficient time for revised notices to be mailed out.
Okay, all right. So, so we know why. Oh, so there is some opposition. We have to speak to that person. Doris Dunn.
Doris, you've been unmuted. You can also turn your video on if you want to. Doris, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay. Can I start?
Yeah, just please give us your name and your address.
Okay, fine. My name is Doris Dunn, and I live at 42 Van Stassen Boulevard.
Okay, so you, did you hear Ms. Kerzner asked for a deferral.
Yes, I did hear her, but I would like to speak today. I'm a 96-year-old widow, and I feel today is a good day for me to
All right,
speak.
Ms. Dunn, we're not going to deal with the merits of the application today. Are you for or against the deferral?
I am against the whole project.
Are you for or against the deferral?
Well, I don't know what benefit it will be to me to defer it. If it's going to be of any benefit, fine, but I don't know what the benefit is.
Well, they have to get all their, they have to get everything set up properly, and they have to give another notice because the application has changed.
I see. Oh, Estelle, can I make my presentation today?
No, because we're not dealing with the merits, and it may not be heard by this panel. For sure, it won't be heard by this panel.
I see, yeah. May I show the picture just to show you what we're dealing with?
No, because again, it's, you know.
I know, I really do understand what you're saying. There could be another group of people that will be doing the next time, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and I was all ready to go.
I know that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so are you for or against the deferral?
Well, I guess I have no choice. I guess I'm for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, panel. Do we have a motion for a deferral, Joanne?
Thanks. Given the circumstances and the submissions from the applicant that the application will result in revised variances, I will agree to make a motion to defer the application. I would like to ask that the applicant, as soon as that zoning waiver or the new details are revised, are known, and if there's any changes to the plans, that they share them with Ms. Dunn so that she is aware of any adjustments prior to getting the formal notice from the city. That would be my motion.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, Peter, all in favor? You have your approval? Thank you. Number 27, 282 Willow Avenue. The purpose of the application is to convert the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling into a 3-story dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition, a complete 3rd-story addition with a rear third floor patio, and a new front wooden porch. With this application, you have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and 8 form letters in support. Nathan Proctor.
Hello, my name is Nathan Proctor. I'm at 461 Eldon Road, Unit 28 in Markham.
Okay, Mr. Proctor, there is possibly some opposition. Would you please let us have your presentation?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Nathan, you've opted to use your video. You can turn it on now if you wish.
Okay, let me just see where to do that.
It should be on the bottom of your screen. There's a start video option there.
Got it. Oh, it may not come through. The camera may not be loaded. That's okay. Is my presentation available? It's the PowerPoint.
Yes.
It's in the material submitted. I can go through that.
Yeah, just ask us what you want up on the screen.
Yeah, we'll start at the first slide. So again, the address is 282 Willow Avenue. Here's a quick look at the front elevations. So very in keeping in a lot of the renovations and additions that are coming up on Willow Avenue. We've kept quite a classic design just to try and appease a lot of the community. If you would like to go to the next slide. The homeowners have lived in this home for since 2008. It was originally built in 1919, and it's in some significant need of repairs. The family has 2 children and are working from home now, as a lot of you are. They also have plans to have a parent move in with them in the future. So their needs are growing. They have needs for repairs on the home as well as some additional space to accommodate these things. To achieve this, we've requested 5 variances that we believe are minor in nature, and I'll go through them now. Next slide. So variance 1 and 2 are relating to the sidewall heights. It's fairly minor, as we are still under the 10-meter height that is like the very common height restriction in Toronto. However, there is an additional bylaw on this lot for sidewall heights, and due to the design of the roof structure, that's considered a wall that's carried all the way up to the roof, the top of the roof. So we are having to have that submitted today. FSI, so we've increased the floor space index by the addition of the additional floor. So again, a fairly minor increase in respect to some of the other precedent that's been set as far as approvals by the committee for some of the surrounding homes. Next slide. The front porch. So the homeowners would like to rebuild the front porch. Again, it's in disrepair. And then also making some changes to the railings and posts, which will require us to have this legal non-conforming matter addressed. The porch is not coming any closer to the street. It's not becoming any wider, and we're using the existing stairs that the plan is to use the existing stairs that are already there. So there's really no change as far as the shape. And then the rear landscaping. So I would like to just address this quickly up front. There is no change to the greenscape in the backyard. The homeowners are very happy with their greenscape. They find it important to maintain that. There is a small addition to the size of this home at the backyard. So we are actually taking up some of the existing deck to build this. We're not removing any of the greenscape. So the percent that we see there, the 35%, is largely existing. It's been existing in that condition since the homeowners have purchased the property, as well as we're contending with a driveway requirement for the backyard, which is eating up to a significant amount of the soft landscaping. So there is a rear yard garage, which is a requirement by zoning for parking in the rear yard. And so that is being maintained. Next slide, please. So just a brief look at some of the precedents that's been set. There's been 33 floor space index increases within 500 meters of the subject land. And that's between the 0.83 and 1.16. So we're only asking for 0.9. The side wall height. So this is specifically to the side wall, not including amendment or adjustments to the maximum height. There's 27. These are all figures since 2006. That's as far as the figures would go back. And then soft landscaping, 20 plus, as far as landscaping adjustments have been granted by the committee. Next slide. Here is a map indicating some of the very similar adjustments that have been provided by committee of subject lands around 282 Willow Avenue. You can see some are quite high. 207 Willow Avenue goes up to an FSI of 1.21. 323 has very similar requirements that we are asking for here today, a height of 9.8 meters. So these are very common requests that are being asked for today. And then if you want to go through the next few slides, they are similar maps showing other homes within the area that have had the same adjustments.
Mr.
Next
Proctor, your time is up, so perhaps you could wrap up.
Yeah, sure. So please skip through this map. And the next one, that's perfect. So these are images of the homes within the immediate area. As you can see, they strongly resemble similar to the structure that we've proposed from the first slide. Again, 45 meters away, 165 meters away, so all very close on the street. Next slide. Again, more case examples. Okay, and next slide, and I believe that's the, oh, and we have 8 letters of support for this, for these variances, and those are the properties that are in support of this, and we have both immediate neighbors are on board. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay, Daniel Farrell.
Mr. Chairman, committee.
Yes.
Frankly, I wasn't expecting to say anything. I was really anxious to hear what we were going to talk about here. So I think you need my details.
Mr. Farrell, can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Dan Farrell, 278 Willow Avenue.
Okay. And you don't have any concerns? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. What I said was I hadn't expected to speak. I wanted to hear. Although what's interesting is that there was mail. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There was mail circulated, and I'm looking at page 2. And the Committee of Adjustment and Minor Variances, first bullet I see there says the variance requested is minor. What I can tell you is that there are 4 homes in a row from 276, 278, 280, and 282 Willow Avenue. They're all built on the same lot size. They're all built with the same footprint in terms of them being 3-bedroom homes and so on and so forth. The proposed changes here are going to take this property completely out of character with the other 3, number 1. So that's that. This has been primarily a 2-story. The homes on this street are primarily 2 stories. The lot sizes are small. They're 25 feet wide. The photos that we saw, lovely photos, but you're drastically altering the character of the neighborhood when you do that. And so that's just the thing. This property's been in our family for many, many years. You are changing the character of the neighborhood when you do that. I think there was a comment that the floor space is going to increase considerably. Selfishly, the concern is what's going to be the impact on property taxes. And that's really all I can offer at this time.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel? Mr. Proctor? Do you have anything in rebuttal?
No, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments from Dan. I can just, other than refer back to my presentation, the streetscape is already changed. Not that it's changing, but we're there. Fortunately, the 2-story homes on that street are, not as common as they used to be. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions, comments? Do we have a motion? Nimrod? Nimrod? We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was having problems unmuting, but I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what is being proposed fits with the character of what is occurring along the street. I think there are a number of 3-story homes along the street. And so I would have to agree with the applicant that what is being proposed does fit the character. I believe that the variances are minor in nature. And I would move approval subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Peter, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 28, 412 Lauder Avenue. Purpose of the application is to convert the existing 3-unit building into a 2-unit building by constructing a rear 2-story addition, a rear basement walkout, a rear ground floor deck, and a front 2nd-story balcony. Also to construct a rear yard ancillary building, a 1-story detached garage. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Shrab Ibrahim.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chief and committee panel. This is Sohrab Ibrahim. The address is 33 Lauder Avenue. The architect in charge of the project. Before going through the items, I would just want to say that in the last few weeks and months, we have continued our cooperation and communication with the zoning department and planning department, and we were fortunately able to reduce the items very much. And we also had started the demolition of non-structural related elements inside the house. So we have a good understanding about the construction related items and headaches in the future, and some of the variances are specifically related to them.
Okay, so perhaps you can tell us something about these, your variances, because there is some opposition.
Sure. The current house is a 3-unit rental apartment. Like the previous owner had it made, it's like every level into rented rooms and flats. But we are intending to renovate inside it and make it in 2 properly built units. The brick construction, exterior construction, we intend to leave as is, and we are trying to keep the main front face of the building as is to keep the characteristic of the street, and adding an addition in the back. There are some limitations with the driveway. It is a shared driveway. The northern neighbor fence is intruding into the driveway, and we haven't gotten into any discussions with them to remove their fence yet, but we have designed the extension accordingly to make sure that the passage of the car and basically the flow to the backyard is easy. In addition to that, we have added a large bedroom on the 3rd floor by removing half of the existing attic, and you will be using it as a future home office and the master bedroom. And because of the structural issues with the existing roof, we weren't able to use the existing brick wall, so we needed to put up a new structural elements and beams on the top, which will result in the height going up above the existing roof for almost 2 feet.
Okay, you have anything further to say, sir?
That was all.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, I'm wondering if the applicant can talk a little bit about the proposed 3rd-story deck and the size of that.
Sure. So basically, if you please scroll up where the existing side elevations is, like the peak of the roof is almost 2 feet like the proposed peak of the roof is almost 2 feet above the existing, yes, as you see. So what we are doing is like basically removing half of it and putting up a new master bedroom on top of it. Now the addition in the back will result in a huge roof in the back anyways. But putting up the master bedroom on the top will be revising it as a porch, basically. Yeah. So that's basically the roof of the extension.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, Sean Byrne?
Hello?
Yes.
This is John Byrne, 410 Lauder. The plans as is. As long as I was concerned about the tree at the front, there's an old pine tree at the front. As long as there's adequate forestry restoration done, I don't oppose it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ibrahim?
Yes. Hi, Sean. Thanks for your concern. I do have the same concern as well. Unfortunately, we did an arborist report. An arborist reviewed the tree. And it's unfortunately that the previous owner has dig the basement, redo all of the sewer pipes, and has hurt the tree. The arborist report has indicated that, especially that the roots are all on the grade level. They have proposed and advised us to remove the pine tree. I am honestly not into doing it because it's a beautiful tree, but the adjacent neighbors are supporting this idea because it's a really messy tree, and all of the branches very adjacent to the building is dying, and we do have the concern of falling the tree. Like if you pass by it, you can have a look. Like all of the roots are already sticking out of the grade. And it seems that we don't have any other chance to, any other option rather than removing it. Now, what I intend to do is to do like the proposed landscaping that I have currently in the plans and the design, and see how it goes with the construction. When we dig the front and we see more of the roots, how they are deep, then we can decide whether we can take the risk, keep the tree, or we should remove it and replace it with another one.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, that was the tree. Is that the tree in the front yard?
Yes, correct.
So I didn't see any comments from urban forestry. Have you applied for any permit yet for removal of that tree, or does it need a permit?
It seems that it needs a permit. It's indicated in our arborist report. Like, because I am personally very concerned about the trees, and we do have like other adjacent trees for the neighbors in the back, so I decided to go professionally through an arborist. So, and that's where we are standing on right now.
And so I'm just kind of concerned that we haven't received comments about this from urban forestry and just raising that point.
I guess it seems that they're fine because that's what has been advised in the arborist report as well, with removing the tree.
All right, so any further questions?
Other than the construction at the to do the second story balcony, there is no foundation digging at the front as part of this application, is there?
And not at all, no.
Okay, so you would still have to make an application for a permit to remove that tree, would you not?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. But it's not any more in danger because of the development that you're proposing.
Basically, like the sidewalk going to the front of the stair, we will be redoing it. And then is when I want to remove all of the existing concrete, cracked concrete and asphalt from the front, and then get my arborist again to check all of the roots. But as I mentioned, like the roots are just sticking out of the ground. It's just, this is why I didn't apply for tree removal yet, because I try my best to keep it as much as possible.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Do we have a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I was initially kind of concerned about this application. It looked quite large in the back in terms of the height and the depth, but looking at it closely, there are no depth or length variances, and the variances I think are quite minor. The variances that are being requested, and I was happy to hear that the neighbor is in support. So, given that context, I would move approval of the application with no conditions.
Right. Joanne, you second it. All in favor?
Just Chair, Mr. Reed, would you consider a friendly amendment about potentially screening on the sides of the third story walkout?
Yes, I think that's smart and that makes sense, especially given the length of those sides. Thanks, Joanne.
Thanks. Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? You have your approval? Number 29, 2A Minton Place. Purpose of the application to alter the existing detached dwelling by constructing a rear first story addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant.
Hello.
Zoltan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, can we have your name, sir, and your address?
Zoltan Gemari, 2A Minton Place, M4K3X6, East York, Ontario.
Okay, could you speak into the microphone just a little bit because you're a little muffled?
Is this better?
Yeah. Having said that, I don't know that we may not need to hear any further from you because the application looks pretty straightforward. Do you have anything to say before we go into committee?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions? We have a motion. Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. This is extremely straightforward, just renovating a back porch into a room. So, and it's limited to 1 story in height. I think this is a minor variance in terms of the impact and the request. So I will move approval of this application with no conditions.
What about the Metrolinx development permit? Is that a condition? No.
I think that's the same. I would see that as the same as the TTC condition, as a separate approval kind of process.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Aaron? All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 30, 12 Glen, Cedar Road. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, including a car lift, a rear ground floor level covered terrace, and a 3rd-story north side balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, transportation services, and a report from urban forestry, 5-signature petition in support, and Opposition from 21 Glen Cedar Road. Okay. Well, there, that one's a dead duck. Mr. Rose?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Lauren, I think you chose to use video today, so you can turn on your video if you wish.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm happy to, you can see me if you'd like. I put it on.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an option.
It is as of today.
Great.
Okay, so can we have your presentation, because there is some opposition?
Sure. As I understand it, the opposition is only to...
Yeah,
Sorry?
first we need your name and address for the record.
Sure. It's Lauren Rose, 388 Spadina Road. I'm the architect. As I understand the opposition, it's only for the front yard setback. Maybe staff can put up the site plan. And if you look at the area map as well, this house is actually, the front yard setback is actually behind the house to the south, and it is in front of the house to the north. Both the house to the north and the south, I understand, are slated to be redeveloped. The one to the south is approved. So the only thing that protrudes in front of the neighbor's house is a bay window. Our house is actually 16.99 meters long with a bay window at the front and an excavated porch at the rear and a one-story addition. So both the first and second stories are really only 17 meters long. I can take you through each variance if you'd like, but planning has researched this all with me. They originally had some concerns about the front setback. When I explained it to them and they looked at the area map, they withdrew their objection and were fine with it. Do you want me to go through each variance?
Well, not if you know that the opposition only relates to the one item.
That's what I read in the letter.
Okay. All right. So give us just a brief presentation without going through each variance.
Can staff put up the site plan? So while we're waiting, it's coming up. We have a small height variance, which is not in keeping, not with, it's common in the area. Length and depth are measured to the excavated porch and to the bay window, so they look long on paper, but the house is really 17 meters long. Are you seeing any drawings on the screen? I am not.
Not yet, we're getting it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't me. Floor space index, we're asking for 0.89 times. Nobody's objecting to that. It is a 3-story house. On 2 floors, it's 74%. Whether you live in the 3rd floor or not, it wouldn't change the exterior. Area of the platform for a deck is slightly over that which is permitted. Nobody's objecting to that. And we're at the front yard setback, which is sort of easily explained if I can show you.
Thank you for your patience. Just give staff a minute.
I don't know if the committee members have images of drawings. Sorry, Mr. Solomon, you had a question?
Yeah, you went through that FSI variance. Can you just explain how this proposed FSI fits with the character of the area? Because there was no information provided to us to kind of explain that.
I guess, my method of presenting is not to talk about precedent unless somebody else brings it up. I guess the important thing here is that planning wrote to me that some concerns about the front yard setback. When I explained to them it was just for the bay window, and they didn't. So to me, that means that it's in keeping with densities that have been approved in the area. I'm not sure if that satisfies your concern. I do know that the one to the south was a 2-story house and approved, and I think 84% on 2 floors. We're asking for 74 on 2 floors, and the rest on in the attic.
Are you able to get the drawing up?
Chair, while that's happening, I'll have a question to Mr. Rose with respect to the length and depth variances.
Yes.
You were speaking, I'm just looking at the basement and ground floor plan. It suggests to me, if I'm incorrect in terms of what you've said, please correct me, that you're saying that the house, the built form of the house, with the exception of the terrace, meets the length and depth requirements under the bylaw?
So if you look at the ground floor, you'll see a depth of 16.99 for the main walls of the house. There's a bay window of 0.61 in the front, which under the old bylaw used to not be a variance. And then there's a 1-story projection at the rear that's 1.98 meters. It is only 1 story. So you are permitted a 1-story projection up to 2 meters, but it is supposed to be 3 meters or 10 feet from the side lot line. We are not. But in this case, it is actually the covered terrace, or if you look in the basement plan, it is a gym. So it's excavated. Because it's excavated, it counts in length.
Okay, so but
and if you look at the second floor, you'll see that it's 16.99 meters.
Yeah, so the terrace itself is really, I mean, it's not that far out from the main wall of the house on the north side of the property, correct?
No, if you look, it's just, I mean, it's a little bit above grade, but it's only because it's excavated that the entire thing counts in length. So if staff go to the site plan,
okay.
So you will see there's a number under the word building depth that says 16.99.
Yes.
And that's the main walls of the house. Then there's a 2 meter projection out the rear and a bay window of 0.6. What you will notice is that the next door neighbor to the south is at 8.25 to the main wall of the house. We are at 8.3, but because the bay window has a foundation, it counts as the front setback. So that is 7.71. The house to the north does have a 9.77 meter setback. That is exceptionally large. And if you were to look, I don't know if staff has it, the location map, I do see it's number B. You will see that to the south, the houses get closer to the street, at least number 10 and number 8 do. Number 14 and 16 and 18 are far back, but if you go up to number 26 and 22, they are closer to the street. So yes, we are supposed to be the average of the 2 adjacent, but the street is undulating there, the setbacks. And I think a 7.71 or 8.3 meter main wall setback is quite large in the city of Toronto. And I don't think there's any adverse effect on the neighborhood, and planning agrees with us.
Okay. Do we have your drawings up, Mr. Rose?
Yeah, the area map is there, which is what I was showing, and then the site plan was there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So
that sort of tells the story.
All right, can we move on to the next speaker? Molen Lesick.
Molen, you've been unmuted, and you can also activate your video if you feel like it.
Are you able to?
Hello.
I'm sorry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Can we have your name and your address, please? Well, we can't hear him anymore. Oh, he's on the screen.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've lost my audio here. I'm sorry. But if you're able to hear me, I will proceed.
My name is Molen Lesh. I live at 16 Glen Cedar Road. I've been in the community for 40 years with my family. Um, I have a concern, I have a couple concerns about the plan. It strikes me as hard to conceive that a minor variation is something that increases the size of a house by 110%. Coverage is normally 0.4. This is going up to 0.87. The house is going to run back 11 meters longer than the current house. The setback, the reduction of a setback from the street of 1.2 meters, I believe will have material impact on the character of the neighborhood. The houses on the street have been fairly consistent with regard to their setback. The street curves a little bit, but the houses 16, 18, 14, those are all pretty much in a line with regard to the setback. 1.2 meters, 5 feet, seems like this house will stick out like a sore thumb. It will already loom large in the neighborhood, and my concern is that it will undermine the integrity of the community and undermine the integrity of the character of the neighborhood. I think it's frankly disrespectful to the community, and I push back in particular on the setback because I think it's not, I can't understand how it's necessary to do that. And I worry about the impact that it will have on future development because the precedent then becomes the minimum for the next application. Those are my concerns.
All right, Mr. Rose?
Dr. Lesh, with all due respect to Dr. Lesh, if you do look at number 10 and number 16, I guess, on the area map, you will see that they are closer, as is number 18 and, or sorry, 6, 8, and 10 are closer to the street than 12, 14, 16, 18, but then 20, 22, 24, 26, 28 all get closer to the street. We are matching the setback, as I said, of the adjacent neighbor. Plus, we do have a one-story bay towards the front. Not a big intrusion, will not change the feeling of the street in any way. So if you want to look at it as a 8.3 meter setback with a bay window, in the old bylaw, bay windows were not considered part of setback. If staff will go to my plan and show the site plan, so you will see that the house next door to the south actually has a bay window right next to us. But on the area map, it didn't even show that. So the house, we don't show the whole survey, but even further south of that, the house comes closer to the street. Planning has vetted this. While I respect Dr. Lesh, I don't think there's going to be any negative impact on the street. One of the things that the bylaw also says is that rear yards should line up. So as I showed you here, we're really, main walls are 17 meters. Next door neighbor to the north has a detached garage. One would argue that when this house is replaced, it won't have a detached garage. It will probably be 17 meters plus a one-story rear yard addition. I think this is in keeping with the Planning Act, and that is why the area planners have, they have not commented, which some could take as implied support. That's all I have to submit.
Any questions, panel? Any comments? We have a motion. Yes, Nimrod?
Are we in committee now? Just,
yes. Yes.
Well, in terms of, I just wanted to provide some comments. I do have concerns about the proposed FSI. we haven't been provided with any information to provide a rationale for the increase in FSI of more than doubling from what the 0.4 under the current zoning. And so I don't know whether this proposed FSI of 0.89 is appropriate or fits in, or whether it is not in keeping with the character. And it's hard to make, I think, a decision on that without any additional information. So I do have a concern. I would suggest either this be deferred to provide the applicant with an opportunity to go back and research and provide the justification, or that it be refused because we just don't, I at least in my mind, don't have information to provide, indicate that it's a minor variance and that it is appropriate and fits in with the character.
Any further comments? Yes, Peter.
Sure, I'll weigh in too. I don't necessarily have the same concern that Nimrod does. I think this is a relatively common type of redevelopment in this neighborhood, and my main concern was the length and depth, but understanding that those are really focused on the below grade portions, and then the impact of those is minimal. So I'm going to support this application.
Yeah, I can see Nimrod's concern about 0.89, but these are large houses. This is at the foot of Glen, Cedar, and those are all large houses. I don't know the figures, but I know that we've had applications from Mr. Wengel in this area, and I can assure you that he isn't shy about getting a large FSI. So I would not think that this is out of character with the houses in that area, and I would agree with Peter in that respect. So do we have any more comments, or do we have a motion? Joanne, did you want to say something?
I guess I would just add to Peter's comments. I hear what Nimrod is saying. I think I would have to rely on information that we've had previously in our knowledge of this neighborhood with the FSI. I'm concerned about length and depth, and if I were to approve this application, I'd want it tied to plans. I have a little bit of concern about the front yard setback and that massing of the front porch, which with the columns and the design, which is even closer than the bay window. But overall, I don't think it's out of character with other built forms that we're seeing in the neighborhood.
Okay, does someone, Aaron, do you have a comment?
No additional comment. I mean, I've been looking at the context of the area. I know that I have the numbers, but based on my experience in designing, I think it's less than 1 would make sense to fit into this neighborhood. So I thought that would be, because it's basically the lot size, divided by 2. That's the footprint of the building. That's 1, right? If it's a 2 stories. Now we're at about less than 1. I think that's reasonable. The length was also justified. I was just a little bit find it quite interesting that the architecture is not to show the interior layout. So even when we tie to the plans, he has the flexibility to move things around, which is pretty smart. But other than that, yeah, nothing against the proposal.
All right. So do we have a motion? Peter.
Sure. I'll move a motion to approve the application, and with the condition that they are tied to the site plan and the side elevations, and that would be in relation to the depth and length variances.
Okay, and there's a urban forestry condition number 1.
Number 1, yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Aaron? All in favor? Yep. And you're opposed, Nimrod?
No, I'm going to abstain because I can't say that I'm against the proposal, but I just don't have that information to make that decision, so I'm abstaining.
Okay, that's good. All right. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 31, 127 Highfield Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition, a complete third-story addition with a front patio, as well as a rear basement walkout and a new parking pad. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have 5 form letters in support and opposition from 2 addresses on Gledhill Avenue. Janice Tiang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the committee members. My name is Janice Tian. The address is 14 Brunswick Court, Stouffville. I'm the engineer for the project.
Okay. Well, there is opposition, so you better give us your presentation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Janice, if you want to turn your video on, it is possible now.
I'm okay with the status now, so I want to do my presentation now. So the existing city zoning bylaw is permitted for a floor spacing deck of 0.6 for the property. However, there's also additional zoning bylaw indicate if the house is erected before 1953, the floor space index can be 0.69 for rear addition only. However, because the condition of the property, the adjacent neighbor is really close to the property line with only 0.2 meter of setback. By doing all the rear addition to the property will affect the neighbor property a lot. Currently, they have 2 windows that facing the backyard of my client's property. By extending the building for rear addition, it will impact their views and everything. So in terms of that, we decided to only extend the building a little bit to the backside and then convert existing attic space into a living space by having the 3rd story as living space. And also, by doing so, we can preserve approximately about 20 meter squares of green space for the backyard as well. I think the parking pad is required by the city zoning bylaw officer, and also there's really no change in the front of the building in terms of landscaping or the porch. Everything stays as existing.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay, Dr. Melvine Baird.
Dr. Baird, you've been unmuted, and you should be able to turn your video on as well. Actually, it would appear that you joined through a phone, so I'm not sure that ability would be possible, but if you can maybe unmute yourself on your device as well. Through you, Mr. Chair, it would appear that Dr. Baird is not in the attendance.
Okay, Juliet Donald.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Chairman and committee, thank you for listening to me. In addition to the 2 email oppositions, I also spoke to...
Ms. McDonald, can we have your name and address for the record?
Sure, my name is Juliet Donald. I'm at 49 Gledhill Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay.
In addition to the 2 email oppositions, Jacob, the chief technician from COA, also allowed many other residents to submit their email letters of opposition. plus a petition from neighbors of 8 signatories, 8 households in opposition to this development. I'll go through one by one my oppositions. So note 1, according to Chapter 4 of the Land Use Designations of the City of Toronto Official Plan and Guidelines, while communities experience constant social and demographic change, the general physical character of Toronto's residential neighborhoods exist, and physical changes to established neighborhoods must be sensitive, gradual, and a fit for the existing physical character. There's no other third floor addition on these styles of homes in the Highfield Hurdle area. Even homes that are new builds only have 2 floors above the basement floor. So this proposed third floor addition is completely out of character with the existing physical character of these homes and this neighborhood, which is single dwelling family homes. Adding a third story would set a precedent for other similar developments, which poses a significant risk to the stability of our neighborhood's physical character. Plus, subsection 5 states that no changes will be made through rezoning, minor variance, consent, or other public action that are out of keeping with the overall physical character of the entire neighborhood. And this proposed development is out of character with this neighborhood. Opposition number 2 is that this proposal goes beyond the permitted maximum floor space index of 0.6 times. The proposed floor space index is over 0.7. The proposed pushback into the lot and the push up via the third floor is not in keeping with subsection 9 of Chapter 4, the Land Use Designations of the City of Toronto, which states that the development on properties that vary from the local pattern in terms of lot size, configuration, and/or orientation will have heights, massing, and scale that are respectful of those permitted by zoning for nearby residential properties and must provide adequate privacy, sunlight, and sky views for occupants of new and existing buildings. The combination of the overdevelopment of this lot in terms of depth and height is unprecedented in this neighborhood, and it impacts sunlight for northern neighbors and sky views for surrounding properties. Note number 3 has a soil volume assessment being done for water drainage and tree planting ability in keeping with the Toronto Green Standard version 3. Since the backyard is terraced and on a slope, the proposed addition at the back and proposed parking pad adds pressure to the surrounding land to absorb water for drainage if the soil is not of quality to cope with the water off run. And my note 4 is, when considering a zoning bylaw, the council evaluates against criteria such as conformity with the official plan and compatibility of adjacent uses of land and the suitability of the land for the proposed purpose, including size and shape of the lot. The proposed development is not compatible with the adjacent neighborhood and existing use of lots this size. The proposed development will be the largest lot use and size of home in the neighborhood, and it's totally unprecedented for single family dwellings in this neighborhood pocket. The application has legally declared that it's to be used as a single family dwelling. The proposed changes does not add more bedrooms than currently exist and only increases the sizes of these spaces. I'm a bit flummoxed as to why purchase a house that doesn't meet the living needs and relies on variances to make the house what the owners wish it to be in terms of size. In terms of the Hurdle and Highfield corridor is incredibly unique in that these homes were all built after the housing redevelopment on the old Ulster football pitch, which after World War II, the pitch was raised and these 2 streets were created, Hurdle and Highfield, and the houses match. This area is so unique within East Toronto and residents are drawn to it, to this place for its character and for its low scale neighborhood living and community. Large homes and overdeveloped lots are not in keeping with the community feel of this neighborhood, and granting permission for this development to go ahead in its current form would be a negative outcome for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Nan, who?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they have not joined the meeting.
Okay.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, can we also see if there's a Cindy on the line? Sorry, Mr. Chair, there was a late registration and they live next door, so we just want to make sure that.
Okay. All right, Janice Tiang,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
can you comment on Ms. Donald's submission?
We not touching the front of the building face, just try to preserve the look of the building. We do have the support of letter coming from the adjacent neighbor 129. In terms of the parking pad, this is required by the city zoning officer. Whatever development that we propose, that we need to have at least one parking spaces prepared for the development. So it's not really our options to not provide any parking spaces. In terms of the green space, we try to reduce the rear side extension by preserving more green space, just to have more green space to preserve the water. I do believe that this request is very minor. We only request to being considered for the adjacent neighbor to have the similar floor space index instead of extending the building to the rear. We consider as a third story, and also the height of the building is still within the zoning requirements.
So the zoning permits a third story?
There is no story limits in the zoning requirements.
Pardon?
There's no specified requirements in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so you can go to 3 stories?
Yes.
Okay. All right, panel, any further questions?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We do have Cindy Chang on the line that would like an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can we have your
Hi.
name and address?
Yeah, this is Lu Chan from 125 Highfield Road. I'm the adjacent neighbor. I do have several concerns I want to bring up to the committee for consideration. The first one is around the rear addition, 2-story addition, the basement walkout. So if you can open the location map, historically, my property at 125 Highfield is built sitting at the very far back in the lot, which allows the property at 127 to be built wider and in the front and not interfering with each other. Now that the proposed plan to build a rear addition would negatively impact my property because I have 2 side windows on the side wall. It will block the privacy, sunlight, and ventilation, and potentially fire safety, because normally the window on side walls require a larger side setback between the 2 property. The other concern is around the underpinning of the basement. So I have concern that it may entail some potential sidewall leakage or foundation damage to my property, especially that my property doesn't have a basement. Also, when I look at the proposed building plan, it has a basement walkout and also building a sink on the attic floor. So the plan looks to me looks like the intention was to build separate unit of suite rather than really to resolve the housing issue. So I would ask the committee to reconsider this plan and ask the property owner to reconsider not violating the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chan, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First thing is this house, the homeowner is a couple with a baby, and they're planning to have a second baby. So the existing design for the home is only 3 bedroom. Occasionally, they may have guests to visit, they have parents to visit them, so they may be considering altering the basement into a guest room, but at this stage, there's no intention of altering the existing single dwelling unit into any kind of multi-purpose use of the dwelling unit. That's the first thing. Second thing is we do have a shoring engineer design for any protections in between number 125 and number 127. Also, if you look at the survey of the existing, it is the adjacent property that's being located very close to the property line, and we do our best to not really affecting their property by not extending too much into back of the house. And if you can look at the survey drawing by zooming in, number 125 actually is only located 0.2 meters to the property line, which is really close to the property. And my client and as an engineer, we all took all the precautions to protect the adjacent neighbors' footings. And we already considering shorings for the addition part as well. We try our best to not influence their living standards for the adjacent unit by considering construct the addition to the third story, because if we are going for zoning application for the building permit application, only considering building rear addition, we don't really even need to be here, to be honest, because the rear addition is allowed to have a building floor space index of 0.69, which will be greatly affect the adjacent neighbor.
Okay, panel, any questions? Okay, any comments? Yes, Aaron?
Hi, I think the concerns from the neighbors are not really caused by this variance. I mean, because of the setbacks and the height. If you look at the numbers that they are asking for is roughly about 30 square meters, which is about 320 square feet. So I don't think that a couple hundred square feet will contribute to that much of impact. So I think it is a minor application from my understanding. I don't see it as something as major as how the neighbors describe.
I find this application interesting because it's only asking for one variance and floor space index, and it isn't a large variance that they're asking for, and yet Ms. Donald says it's completely out of character with the neighborhood, etc., and it doesn't seem to me there's changing the style, etc. It's more the third story that they're adding, and there's no restriction on having a third story. So, you know, here this applicant is building in the as of right, save for a small increase in the floor space index, and yet you can get, and without changing the style of the house, you can get yourself into trouble with the neighbors because they say it's not in keeping. So I find that very interesting. But so, Peter, what do you have a comment?
And not particularly. I think this is a fully supportable application. I agree with both you and Aaron that I think the neighborhood concerns are overblown, and this is almost permitted as of right in the zoning bylaw. And even though there aren't other three-story buildings on the street, they are contemplated and permitted as of right in the area. So I see this as a gentle evolution of the neighborhood, and I think it does conform with the OP and with the zoning bylaw.
All right, Joanne?
Thanks. I just have a question of staff with respect to the purpose. Why does it have to explain why we need to be talking about front parking? Is that not a separate application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the purpose was just outlining the changes that were happening on site, but the only variance that is before us today is floor space and decks.
Yeah. No, I understood that, but I just usually in the purpose, sometimes it will speak about it if it's something that's needs a permission. So that's why I don't, whether or not we're authorizing it through the description. Or do they have to apply for that as a separate application?
If there were variances associated with that parking pad that had been missed, then they would have to come back, but there isn't.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, just to clarify, that parking pad is shown as being in the rear, behind the house, not in the front.
Is it? Sorry.
Sorry, yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
And just another comment. I agree with the previous comments that I can support this, and I think that the third story is very is supportable. It is pushed back from the front wall of the house, so it is set back, and so it is not as if that will be a straight up 3-story building. So I'm supportive of the variances.
Okay.
There's only one variance, and I note there's no building length variance. There's no rear yard soft landscape variance. It's just the one FSI increase going from 0.6 to 0.7. I think that's very minor.
Yep. Okay. Do we have a motion? Nimrod, while you're up, you can make the motion.
I would move approval of the variance with no conditions.
All right, seconder. Peter, all in favor? You have your approval, thank you. 3215 Brookmount Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition, a complete 3rd-story addition, and a rear 1st-story deck. Also to construct a new rear 2-story ancillary building containing a garage and a laneway suite. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a 10-form letter of support. Ida Evangelista.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 15 Brookmount Road.
All right, and your address?
53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, so, yeah, could you just, I don't know that we need a presentation, but maybe you could just tell us what they're doing here, and if some of this is existing.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. So what we currently have here is a 3-story dwelling, single-family dwelling, and the intent here, we are keeping the front elevation, the facade exactly as is, and we are lining up, we're basically going to square off the 3rd floor just to allow for additional space, livable space, and there currently is, and if you had an opportunity to look at my photos that I submitted of the rear yard, you will see that there is an existing pop out at the rear of the dwelling that is 2-story, and we are not going beyond that. We are staying at that length, and we're just going to pretty much build on top, so it's a full 3-story, and square it off. We do have a main wall height, but it refers to the flat portion of the building. You will see that more, and I actually included it on my submission to show you where that main wall height and the interpretation of the zoning examiner, where he's taking it to. However, if you look at the front elevation, our main wall height is 7.178, and we do have a slight building height. However, it's just to keep in line with the peak of the roof. And again, if you look at the photos that I've submitted, you'll see that there are other homes, and this is basically, you know, very characteristic of what is transpiring in the neighborhood. We are the rear landscaping. We are making it a better situation than it currently is. We are adding additional landscaping, soft landscaping. The deck, as you see from my photos, my west view, you'll see that the deck exists exactly to what we're proposing. I am open to any questions that you may have.
Okay. No questions? Any comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Peter.
Thanks. I think this is a reasonable application, and I appreciate the fact that the rear yard landscaping is an improvement over what's there now. I also appreciate the fact that the laneway suite is basically compliant, and I think as a whole the variances are minor, and this represents good development of the site. So I would move approval of the application without conditions.
Right. Do we have a seconder? Aaron, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Okay. Now we have to go to the, what is it, 3:30 list. I got to open it up. Okay, here we are. 252 Westwood Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear basement addition with a ground floor deck above. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Jay Smith.
814 Hollington Crescent, agent for the application.
All right, Jay Smith.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, Jay Smith, agent for the application, 2814 Hollington Crescent.
Okay. Okay, I don't think we need to hear from you unless you want to say something.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, panel, do you have any questions, comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Nimrod.
Yeah, I'll put forward a motion. There is only one variance, and I believe it is minor, and I would move approval subject to no conditions.
All right, seconder, Joanne, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 34, 21 Badgerow Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial third-story addition with a third-story balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have 19 form letters in support. Andrew Davidge.
Yes, I'm here, Andrew Davidge with Gledhill Planning Associates, representing the owners of 21 Badgerow Avenue. My address is 14 Landmark Avenue.
Okay, so before we go into committee, do you have anything you want to say?
If the committee would like to hear a presentation, I've prepared one. It's a fairly straightforward application with minor variances related largely to a reduced side yard setback. There are precedents for third-story additions in the area. The closest one being 17 Badgerow, which is 2 properties away. We're proposing something very similar in scale. The difference in FSI, which is the main variance that I think we probably need to discuss, is related to the smaller side yard setback that 21 Badgerow has, due to it being having a flank to the public street, and the public street serving as a functional side yard. So it doesn't have a space, as much space in terms of on their property, which their neighbors do, because their neighbors need that space to access their rear yards. So that's in summary. I can go into further detail if the committee would like it, or answer any questions.
So do I take it the side yard is not owned by the property owner?
Well, they have a side yard. I think it's a 20 centimeter side yard. You can see on, if you want to, if staying here on the, if you could actually go to the site plan, that might be most helpful. Or sorry, not the site plan, the survey. So here you see there's a very small side yard setback to the east, and then the distance between the sidewalk and the property is city-owned right-of-way, but it is functionally used by the owner as a side yard.
Yeah, and maintained by him, I assume.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. So the appearance looks like it's got a lot of property there.
Indeed, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Panel, any other questions? Any comments? Do we have a motion? Joanne?
Thank you. I think this application is supportable. The existing FSI is 1.179. I think what's being proposed here is not out of character. The impact is minimal, and it being the end of the street, there's really lesser impact there. Would like to move a motion to support the application with no conditions.
I had a urban forestry #1.
Did I miss them?
I don't know. Did I put, oh, you know what? I think I didn't turn over my page. Yeah, no, I think that applies to the next one. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
We have a seconder. Yes, Peter, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 35, 100 Saroyan Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing mixed-use 2-story detached building by constructing a 3rd-story addition with a covered terrace, a pergola structure, and a green roof. Also to replace the existing detached garage with a new detached garage. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a report from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence and concern interest from 92 Saroyan, and opposition from 82 Pearson and 76 Pearson. Sean Galbraith.
Sean, you've been unmuted, and you should be able to turn your video on as well.
You don't need to see me. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the application, 18 King Street East.
Okay, so there is some opposition, Mr. Galbraith, so I think we're going to have to hear from you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was just, I'm hearing myself speak, sorry. So what is proposed is a fairly simple 3rd floor top-up of the existing mixed-use building. The goal and the intent is to maintain the existing non-commercial space, which occupies approximately half of the ground floor, with the residential entrance being at the rear. This rendering here is a good one to see what is being contemplated. The front has a step back with a little front balcony. It's just over 2 meters step back. We've had discussions with a couple of the neighbors regarding the placement of the garage at the back. Those discussions have been entirely positive. We're looking to shift the proposed garage slightly east to actually maintain or to create a new rear yard setback that doesn't currently exist, to provide a little more wiggle room for cars to get down that lane. A couple of the neighbors, 92 and 98, have both been requesting that we nudge that garage. We've looked at it, and it doesn't change any of our variances, and so we're absolutely happy to do that. It'll make that tight squeeze there a little less tight, and bring it more in line with the other garages that are deeper into that little lane. I'm not sure what any of the other concerns are. We haven't heard any concerns from neighbors so far. They've been supportive of the third floor addition. The only comments we've had were about that garage. There is one minor technical thing about one of the variances that I'd like to just raise. Variance number 5, pertaining to the side yard setback for the garage. There was a typo in the public notice saying the minimum required rear yard setback. That should be there you go. The first line in that variance says the required rear yard setback, and then it goes on to specify the side yard setback. It is correctly the side yard setback. The bylaw provision pertains to the side yard setback. The variance is for the side yard setback, but there was just appears to be a typo in the in that first line where it references rear yard instead of side.
Yes. Okay. It doesn't seem to be irritating, but not misleading, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think this is a reasonable thing for the committee to tweak.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to the first person concerned, Gay Doolittle.
Mr. Doolittle, you've been unmuted. You might have to unmute yourself on your phone. Through you, Mr. Chair, we can't get a hold of Mr. Doolittle, but we have the other speaker on the line.
Okay, so let's hear from Natalie Silich.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, yes, hi. I live at 81 Saroyan Avenue, and I've lived in this community for my entire life, which is 55 years, and actually
Can we have your name just for the record?
It's Natalie Celuch, C-E-L-U-C-H.
Thank you.
So I'm very familiar with this section of Saroyan. And actually, I think that this is not a minor variance at all. And it actually affects the community and the character of the community, because this is a corner lot that has been a community hub. It's either been the corner store owned by Nellie's, you know, and then it moved on. I got an application for a variance again when it became zoned for the restaurant Mitzi's, all in support of that. This was great for the community. Now I see this, and I see 6 variants. They don't seem minor to me. I don't know what the plan is for the commercial space, but I think that's very important. Normally, somebody buys a building like this, they plan to live in the space and work out of the space, which has been the way it's been done for 50 years. So I think that the FSI increase from 0.6 to 1.36 is not minor. I think the height increasing to 8.2 feet or 2.5 meters is not in character with the neighborhood. And the drawings that you show the building from the angle, not in terms of the row of houses. But the thing that upsets me the most is building a house, a garage, a covered garage to the property line for your car, which is setting up a precedence for more of that, setting up a precedence for laneway houses. And there is a laneway house that just got built, property line to property line for the in-laws, but no, it's going up for sale. So this is a very upsetting for me and the community that I live in. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Galbraith?
Thank you. There's no intention to make the rear garage a laneway suite, though I think that actually would be kind of great. The owners of the building are going to be living in the house. It's going to be owner occupied, and the commercial space is going to be retained. It's currently being used as a music workshop space for underrepresented artists related to the Polaris Music Prize, but in the future, it's going to be returned to a cafe use. So it's going to stay as part of the community, as a community hub, and that's important to the owners. The FSI that is requested is well within the range of what has been approved in the area in the past, including 63 Saroyan at 1.48 and around the corner at 92 Marion at 149 and 53 Marion at 1.4. This side of the street is essentially a row of 3-story buildings, and this continues that. The height, again, is well within what has been approved in the past, 10.7, 10.8, the biggest one being 11.2 meters. And I don't believe that this is going to create a sort of a negative visual impact on the corner or on the community. I think it's quite a sensitive addition with the step backs, and it's also going to have a full green roof, which is kind of nice as well. I think that was everything, but I'm happy to cover off more if I missed anything.
All right. Panel, any questions? Yes, Nimrod?
I think one of the memos from Urban Forestry talks about a tree that might have to come down but has not been applied for, and that they say they might refuse. I
totally understand that. Yeah.
Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah. So there is one tree. It's a boundary tree with 98 that may need to be removed for the garage, not pertaining to the variance pertaining to the garage, but the other side yard setback. So it's more or less an as-of-right condition. The owners at 98 have already agreed that they're okay. It's that one of those trees in there. We understand the urban forestry condition, but we have no issue with that being applied as a condition.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions, comments, motion?
One more, if I may add one more thing. The rear yard soft, or the soft landscaping variance is the existing condition.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, panel? Yes, Joanne?
Thank you. In reviewing the materials on file, I note that the existing FSI is 0.97, and we have heard submissions from the applicant's agent that what's being requested is not unprecedented. In my opinion, what's being proposed is actually quite an attractive treatment to receive a second story. The setback on the third floor and for lack of a better word, the pergola or the screening is actually, I find, makes an attractive addition and cuts down on the massing somewhat if that was a straight 3 stories. I can support this application, and if my colleagues have no further comments, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve the application, subject to forestry condition number 1.
All right, do we have a seconder for the motion? Peter, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. Number 36, 136 Osler Street. The purpose of this application is to alter the 2 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new rear 1-story addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and 1 form letter in support. Mr. Moot.
Joffrey, you've been unmuted. You might have to unmute yourself on your device.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Architect, 139 Carla Avenue, agent on behalf of the owners.
Right, we missed the name of the architects, Mr. Moot.
Moot, architect.
Ah, good. It was Moot.
That's it.
Okay, I don't think we need your any presentation. It's very straightforward. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Nimrod?
Yeah, this is really minor. There's only one variance. Proposal is for a small rear 1-story addition. It's only about 270 square feet. I think the variance is minor. I would move approval with no conditions.
Right. Do we have a seconder? Joanne, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 37, 185 Highborn Road. Purpose of the application to legalize and maintain the reconstructed rear deck. Before us, we have material submitted by the applicant. Correspondence and support from quite a few addresses on Highborn. Lindsay Toth.
Hi there.
Hi. Can we have your name and address?
Absolutely. My name is Lindsay Toth, and my address is 103 Logan Avenue.
Okay. I don't think we need a presentation. Before I take it to the committee, do you have anything you want to add?
I might just say a few words. So I am representing the owner of 185 Highborn Road to request variances to legalize and maintain a reconstructed rear yard deck. It is already constructed without the benefit of a permit. I want to draw your attention to the irregularly shaped property. The lot is sort of L-shaped and is significantly shallower compared to the properties further south on Highborn. This creates a very small rear yard. And so you can see the first 4 residential properties on that side of the street on Highborn sort of have a similar rear yard condition. And as the neighbors have chosen to do, the applicant would like to have a rear yard deck that sort of occupies the majority of that rear yard. Privacy concerns are minimal to the north and the east because of the existing conditions and are further mitigated with the incorporation of a privacy screen in the design. And I want to note that a similar deck has existed on the property for at least 37 years. And it did the recently reconstructed deck replaced an old deck that was in poor repair. So any new impact would be negligible. And all of the adjacent neighbors have provided letters of support. So we ask the committee to please approve this application.
So was the new deck any different configuration or size than the old deck?
Yes, the new deck was extended slightly to the rear. So the rear yard setback is a little bit smaller than before, but besides that, it is nearly identical. If you would like to see a photo of the new deck compared to the old deck, in the slide deck that I have submitted, the final slide shows a side-by-side comparison.
Okay, we can't really tell the difference. We can tell it's a new deck, but we can't tell the difference between the size. But in any event, we take your word for it. Nimrod?
Yeah, my question is, what is the nature of the ground below the deck? Is water able to penetrate below the deck into the ground?
Yes, it is. So the ground below the deck is undisturbed soil. So, and the deck itself is constructed of wood, as you can see. So the rainwater can infiltrate through the deck into the ground. So we don't have concerns about groundwater, or sorry, stormwater infiltration. And again, just to reiterate, a deck like this has existed on the property for at least 37 years. So there would be no real change in the condition, and the adjacent neighbors do not note any stormwater management issues arising from the deck that existed previously or the already constructed proposed deck.
Thank you.
Okay, Joanne?
Were variances granted in the past for the front yard, which appears to be all hardscape?
I can't speak to that, unfortunately. I'm not sure.
Also, just one point of clarification. I think for variance number 2, there may be an error in the wording. In the first sentence, it says encroach into the required front yard setback. I think that should say rear yard setback.
Correct. That should read rear yard setback per the zoning notice provided by the zoning examiner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, I think what's being proposed is appropriate given the nature of the lot, the shallow depth, and the unusual lot configuration. And in order to have a workable rear yard that can be used, I think the deck is appropriate. I would move approval of the variances with no conditions.
Right, do we have a seconder? Peter, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 38, 24A Wayland Avenue. The purpose of the application is to permit the construction of a rear first-story addition to the existing semi-detached dwelling. This variance was omitted from the previously approved application A0522/15 TEY due to an error in the zoning notice. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence in support from 24 Wayland and 29 Osborne, and opposition from 22 Wayland Avenue. Julius DeRuiter.
Julius, you've been unmuted, and you can also turn your video on.
Good afternoon, committee. Happy to be here with you. Julius DeRuiter, the address is 102 Corselet Road, Toronto.
Okay, Mr. DeRuiter, there is opposition. So perhaps you, I mean, there's a very minor variance as part of the application, but perhaps you could just tell us what this is about.
Yes, happy to, and I can use this site plan. This drawing would be just fine if you just enlarge it a little bit. Back in December of 2015, these two properties at 24 and 24A Wayland, they're a pair of semi-detached dwellings. Both of those owners collectively wanted to build an addition on the rear of their dwellings, a ground floor addition, a second story addition, and a third story addition, both identical. Both went to the Committee of Adjustment in December of 2015, and they had only one variance request. That was to the floor area of the proposed dwelling. There was no variance to building length or depth. The application was denied by the committee for both properties. They appealed to the Interior Municipal Board. Interior Municipal Board approved the application, approved the variances. Building permits were issued. And well into the construction of number 24A, which is the northerly semi-detached dwelling, the City of Toronto determined that an additional variance was required dealing with building depth. And it relates to the length of the building, as you can see where the red hatching is. That's where the new addition is to the ground floor. So the addition is built on the ground floor, second floor, and third floor, primarily finished on the outside. A little bit of finishing still required on the inside, drywall, flooring, and so on. And they can't do this work because they have a work order against them until this matter is resolved. So this application is being filed to correct the situation as we see it as an omission from the City of Toronto zoning examiner, missing a variance that should have been submitted when they filed their first zoning review back in 2015. That's the background of the application, only seeking the one variance. Just very quickly, if you look at the drawing, you can see the building length at 16.71 meters. You can see that dimension. And then you can see a dimension for building depth of 17.4 meters. The reason why there's a difference is the zoning bylaw measures building depth not from the front wall of the house, but from the required front yard setback. And the required front yard setback for number 24A just happens to be closer to the street than it is for number 24. Number 24 doesn't need the same relief. Only 24A does because of where front yard setback is measured. This is not something that we were aware of before. That was before the committee in 2015 or even the intermunicipal board hearing. We assumed that the existing front yard setback of the house was grandfathered and we didn't need this variance. We since now do need it. We're now before you seeking this relief. We're looking at approximately 15-inch extension of the house. That's my presentation. Happy to hear the submissions and respond later.
Okay, I think, yeah, we'll deal with the submissions and then you can respond. Staff, it says Marie Lee, opposition, won't be speaking. Anyone speaking on her behalf, or we just don't have her speak?
No, that person won't be speaking. We have no one else.
Pardon?
We don't
Nobody's
have
there?
anyone on behalf of that person.
Okay, so Hillary Stevenson Adams.
Hillary, you've been unmuted, and you should also be able to turn your video on.
Thank you. I'm just going to defer to my husband, Michael Adams, who will be making submissions on our behalf. We are in opposition. We have been, they have built a structure beside us that is completely oppressive.
All right, Miss Adams, would you, you said your husband's going to make the submission, so let's let him make it because you've only got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll defer to him then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, this is Michael Adams. I'm at 2022 Wayland Avenue.
Okay. Can I have your
my
concerns?
Sure. My submissions, I've submitted written submissions as well. This is it was a condition of the original variance that was granted, was the fact that there were it was going to be less than a maximum depth of less than 17 meters. There was much made during the course of if you look at the reasons, you'll see that the reasons that were given to speak to the fact that they reiterate several times that there is no other variances that were being requested at the time that they were asked for this particular variance for the floor space. So the decision that was made at the time was made on the basis, and clearly the reasons are clear. They took into consideration the fact that there were no other variances that were being requested, including, it says, to the building depth. And so what happened was they just went ahead and constructed this thing that didn't comply with the actual condition. It was a condition that this be the case, and now they've come back and asked for a variance to get rid of this condition by getting another new variance. So to my mind, how could you? Why bother having a condition if you just could come back later and say, well, no, we built it differently. Now we just like to have a variance to that condition. The whole point of
Mr. Adams, I saw your objection. I'm not sure that I understand whether it's a condition or not. So perhaps you could direct us to those parts of the OMB decision that you say are relate to impose a condition.
Certainly. If you look at the OMB decision and under reasons,
yes,
you'll see under reasons it speaks directly to, it talks about the.
What paragraphs are we talking about?
Okay. So under reasons on paragraph 16,
Yes?
the building depth proposed is less than the maximum building depth. There's where it discusses that, and then it goes on to say that also that the construction will be entirely within the envelope permitted with no variance being sought for the reduction of any of the side, front, or rear yards. It also goes on, I guess, in paragraph 19 of the reasons where it says the board reiterates that this building addition does not require any other relief from any performance standards of the zoning bylaw. Then it goes on under the order, it says under the order, this was paragraph 22, and attachment number 1, it says attachment number 1, item number 3, it's a condition. The conditions are that the depth of the proposed addition goes on the first floor be 16.76 meters, and the second level it gives those distances as well. So that's the part where so the reasons, again, to my mind, most importantly here, the fact is they've given consideration to this at the time and said, okay, well, based on the fact that all the information that you've provided to us, we believe you don't need any other, you're telling us you don't need any other variances. Okay, we take it that's important to us. Therefore, in addition to that, I can tell you that the information that was provided, and again, if you look at the building plans that were submitted that were at the time for at the time of the application was being heard, they were given numbers, they being the owners of 24A, purported that there was only going to be 20.3 meters squared of addition that was going to be made to this third floor. And in fact, now they've come back and said, because we know that was supposed to come back and said, well, no, it's going to be significantly more than that. It's going to be 35.21 square meters that's going to be added, that were actually added to the third floor. What I call it is immaculate construction, because somehow they went from, without any construction supposedly happening, it went from there being a third floor, existing third floor that was 44.75 meters squared, that now turns out they're claiming it was actually only 25.72 meters square. And so the numbers are now that they provided were not accurate. In fact, they were false as to what the existing size of the third floor was. The numbers as to how much construction needed to be done to the third floor were not accurate. Those were false. And so the decision was made on those numbers, which we now know were not accurate or true. And if you look also at the committee of adjustment, and you look at what this was used, that it would be the as proposed density, the massing density. If you look at that document as well, you'll see that the manner in which it was supposed to be agreed to proposed construction, it has not been constructed that way. They built it differently than what was proposed at that time, in any event. So whatever it was what they presented there as the proposal at the time, they went back and have sought changes, which are material changes to the building. And this is just another example here, to my mind, of where you're going back and you're saying, well, no, now we just need we need another variance because they just didn't follow what they were required to do.
Okay, so Mr. Adams, this may be something that you have to deal with legally that we aren't mandated to deal with, but perhaps just to deal with what we are mandated, what is the impact on you of this a building depth of 17.38 meters instead of a building depth of 17 meters or whatever it's currently existing at?
It is it's a fundamental principle of the whole thing. It was the fact that they were given the original variance was granted on the fact that on the reasons were that there were no other variances required, and now they've come back and they're asking for a variance, which now calls it why would you get the original variance if you can't meet the conditions? They're not able to meet the conditions of the original variance that was granted. So it's a fundamental right of justice here. The fact that you would say, yes, we'll give you, they were given an opportunity to exceed the maximum floor space on the reason saying, okay, because you're telling us, we understand you're proposing there will be no other variances, and that this will be the depth. Then they come back, they just ignore that, they build it, they go over, and they're taking advantage of that. But now they're asking for there to be a variance to the conditions, and another variance, which had they asked for this variance at the time, it's based on the language of the decision of the OMB, it seems to me they would not have received the original variance that they're relying on already.
Still seems to me to be a legal problem. Okay, let's go back to Mr. DeRuiter.
Last page.
Julius, you've been unmuted.
I'm sorry, I thought you heard me. I'd like you to turn to the OMB decision, which is in the package and to the very last page of that decision. See, item number 3 is one of the conditions of approval. The Ontario Municipal Board said that the maximum length on the first floor is 16.76 meters. But you could see in the condition it qualified it. It said from the main front wall to the back wall. At the time of this hearing, the OMB was told that the main front wall of the house is the front yard setback for the purpose of determining building depth. And so they've qualified it. But the actual interpretation of building depth is not to the main front wall, it's to the front yard setback line. So if I can turn you to the site plan, yes, if you can just enlarge that a little bit. The front yard setback line is a little bit closer to the street, about 0.67 meters closer to the street. And so you can see the difference between building length at 16.71 meters, which is in line with the 16.76 in the OMB decision, a little bit shorter. And you can then see the 17.4 meters, which is actually 17.38 in what's before you, to the front yard setback line. There's this very odd anomaly that the zoning bylaw has created with respect to building depth that measures it to the required front yard setback. It's just one of these unusual things that got created, and we would have thought that the existing front wall would have legal non-conforming status, but for some reason the building department said no, it has to be measured to the required front yard setback.
So was that a
Yes.
change? Was that a change?
No, there's no change, sir. The building envelope
No,
of the entire house has not changed a bit.
I don't mean that there was a change to the
Yes.
facts on the ground. I'm just
Yes.
asking you if there was a change to the bylaw or the interpretation or what?
The understanding at the time of the Ontario Municipal Board decision is the main front wall of the house was the front yard setback.
Whose understanding was that?
Our understanding through discussions with the city plus what was presented at the Ontario Municipal Board hearing.
So if you had, had this application gone to the Committee of Adjustments with no variance required for that length?
That's the issue at hand, sir, is that this matter was before the committee in December 2015 with one variance to floor space. The zoning examiner did not raise this issue of building depth in that list of variances that we needed.
That was not a waiver.
No, it's not a waiver. It was a zoning examiner's notice that was issued that we relied on for the purpose of the December 2015 application.
So there's nothing that you did that was to deceive the OMB or the committee.
That's why the purpose of the application says due to an error in the zoning notice. That's the purpose of this application. There was an error in the zoning notice in 2015, and we're correcting that. Now, one thing has changed with this building envelope. In fact, my client has done as-built survey, as-built architectural drawings, so the drawings before you are revised to reflect as-built conditions. And we're no bigger than we were before, or no longer than we were before.
So have you discussed this with the planning department, discussed the difference between the interpretations?
Yes, we have had discussions with staff on this. I've had extensive discussions with the building department. They own up to their mistake. They made a discrepancy in the zoning notice. They acknowledge that they made a mistake.
So do we
this
have
is the process to correct it.
So,
Sorry.
Mr. DeRuiter, is there anything in the record, I don't remember seeing it, is there anything in the record from the building department that says they misinterpreted it in 2015?
There's a notice from them that states that this is a missing variance, but nowhere do they say they made a mistake. They're just saying this was missed. This is something that is required. It's just come to their attention.
Well, if they say they missed it, that means that they made a mistake, I think.
Well, they didn't, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, panel. Joanne?
But was it missed at the building permit stage as well, Mr. DeRuiter, when you applied for the actual permit?
Yes, the building permit was issued. My client was well into 2 years of construction before the city even raised this issue. So they were well into building this thing. It was almost completed.
So
So it was missed as part of, so your submission is that it was missed as part of the zoning review as part of the initial minor variance application?
That's
And
correct.
after the decision was issued by the OMB and you went for a permit, I don't know what year that was, that the building department also did not raise it.
That's right. There's sort of like a second review before they issued a permit, a second zoning review, and it wasn't caught at that time either.
So it was caught by the inspector coming out to the site?
Basically, yes. Let's put it that way. Yes.
It wasn't tipped off by your neighbor or somebody else?
Yes, we think so, but
Oh, okay.
but I can't confirm that.
So you're confirming to the committee that what is being built and has been built and is going to be finished is no different in footprint and built form than what was initially before the OMB?
That's correct. And if it was, you would be, the zoning examiner would have identified additional variances, and they didn't.
Thank you.
They only have this one
Thank you.
additional variance.
Thank you.
Peter, do you have any comment?
Well, to me, this seems like it's really there's no bad faith involved. I think this was just an error. It appears that it's been overlooked. So we're only talking about a handful of centimeters here, so I can't see not supporting this.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked the neighbor what impact it would have on him, and it didn't seem to me it would be much, and he's standing on principle, but I agree with Mr. DeRuiter that this was an error that was made. There's a different interpretation. It seems to me a very subtle thing and easily missed, and so they're not trying to do anything different than they were trying to do before. It's just that the interpretation of the measurement is different. And it doesn't seem, and it was passed by the city twice. Once for the original application to the committee, and once by the building department. So, it's not the applicant's attempt to deceive anybody.
Yeah.
So, all right, Aaron?
Yeah, and I think everyone has the right to apply for another minor variance again and again. So I don't see that he's intentionally doing it to his favor. If I were him, I wish I can do it all at one shot. But I don't think we should reject him. And the neighbor could also again appeal. I think that's how the system works. So we should all respect that.
Yeah. Okay, so Joanne?
I could be prepared to move a motion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead. I think we should.
So I appreciate the comments that have been made by all parties here. I think that technically the wording of the OMB decision is not different than what's being built based on the submissions, because they speak to main wall versus front setback. So I think that it's not on the surface different than what the OMB approved in its order. Having said that, however, planning is also not stagnant, and I don't want to be, someone could have made additional applications for variances subsequent to that. In this particular case, I'm satisfied that on the balance of the information submitted, that this variance is not different than what was proposed as far back from 2015. And it's just unfortunate that it was caught at this point of time. The built form is exactly the same as what was proposed back then, based on the submissions we've received today. So having said that, I would like to move a motion to approve the variance with no conditions.
Do we have a seconder? Peter, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Okay. Gotta move on to the next time slot, I believe.
Could we have 5 minutes, Chair?
Yes, good idea. Let's make it 10. Come back at 10 to 5.
Okay, thank you.
So Laurie, when I go to the new things, they come up at a proper size that I can read. And if somewhere along the line, so the other one was fine, you know, all the way through. If I,
When does it go back to?
I don't know, something, when I had to.
When you do on your laptop, do you just use this document, or
Do I what?
do you just use this document on your laptop? That's the only thing you do, right?
On this laptop?
Yes.
Yeah.
During the hearing.
Yeah.
So I don't know why the Zoom.
Well,
option
but sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I go to here, maybe it's when I go to there to open a document, that it
Oh, I think
changes the
it's because,
font.
okay, I think it's because all those documents, they don't have the same size. So for example, if you open a plan that is bigger, then when you're gonna go back to the agenda.
It goes
it's gonna-
back to a
So I
different
think that's
size.
why.
Yeah. Probably.
But yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to do anything about that. You have to manually zoom in.
Yeah, but I managed the last one, so I won't go to any document, I'll just look at your
Or
documents.
just, yeah, that's clever.
So Sabrina, our counselor retired or quit or whatever, Cressy. And then June 6th or 7th or 8th, I went to the site to see if they had appointed a new one, and Joe Mahevic was the counselor. And he was our counselor when we lived, before we moved here. And I know him. So I called, he never called me back. They had his face up and they had his name there and everything else. So yesterday or the day before, my wife tells me he's no longer our counselor, he's now the head of some kind of health unit or something. And he's not running for election, and I have no idea who our counselor is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that works.
So I thought, well, I could be the counselor.
There we go.
I might do it if I was a couple of years younger. What impact, he says it's a principle, and of course, this guy would probably have to tear down Sheldon's house for the addition.
So it was the city's fault error.
Yeah.
It was the city's error from the day one. From 2015, and it just kept rolling and rolling and
So
rolling.
we're gonna penalize this guy on, because the other guy's sticking to the principle.
We even issued a refund for this application.
You issued a refund?
Because it was city error.
Oh, that would have been good to say. I don't know.
I don't really wanna
It's
put it
not
out
public.
there. Yeah. Because when it's our error.
It wasn't yours.
No, no, no.
It was a
Buildings.
planning.
It's buildings.
Seems to me it's a very subtle distinction.
And the thing is that when the board approved it, they tied into plans, right?
To the wall, front wall.
And the plans have never changed, but the variance has been there, but just, it never got caught. Right? That's why, it's just like something that happened, it started in chaos and it ended in chaos, more or less, right? Yeah.
But this guy's trying to stick to me, like, you made a mistake here, he didn't make the mistake.
Well, you know what, I wouldn't be surprised if he appeals it.
Pardon?
I wouldn't be surprised if the neighbor puts it in appeal.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, he's a stubborn guy. Hopefully, they're making better decisions from what I've read.
Oh, yeah.
I just got a bunch of decisions from the TLAC last week.
Right.
And I went through them, and they're better written
Oh,
than
yeah.
they were.
Oh, yeah.
You know, those things are improving.
No, most definitely.
Okay, we're back. The next application is number 397 Bracebridge Avenue. This is to obtain consent to sever the property into two residential lots. Part 2 to be conveyed has a lot frontage of 7.62 meters from Bracebridge Avenue and a lot area of 232.25 square meters, and they're going to erect a new 2.5-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a front porch, a rear ground floor deck, and it requires variances to the zoning bylaw. The existing 1-story detached dwelling will be demolished. They're going to retain part 1, which has a frontage of 7.62 meters from Bracebridge Avenue and a lot area of 232.25 square meters. A new 2.5-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a front porch, and a rear ground floor deck will be constructed, requiring variances to the zoning bylaw. The existing 1-story detached dwelling will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have reports from engineering and urban forestry and correspondence and concern or interest from property, two parties at the same address on Woodbine Avenue, and also a letter from 5 Bracebridge Avenue. Yes, Salvatore De Biasi.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
My name is Salvatore De Blasi, and my address is 126 Clearview Heights.
All right, so we have some opposition, Mr. De Biasi, so perhaps you could just tell us what this is about, and since we'll be dealing with the variances as well, perhaps you could, take that into account and go through them if you need to.
Sure, yes. So I'm going to be speaking to each application. What we are proposing is to sever the existing property into 2 residential lots of equal sizes. No variances have been identified for that. However, it will require the committee's consent to sever. The proposed lot frontages for both retained and conveyed lots are the 7.62 meters off of Bracebridge Avenue and a lot area of 232.25 square meters for each lot. The existing 1-story detached dwelling will be demolished, and a new 2.5-story detached dwelling with an integral garage are proposed for each of the retained and conveyed properties. The construction of these detached dwellings will require minor variances, as outlined. The variances for both applications are similar since each lot size and lot area are equal, as well as each dwelling being the same layout and just being mirrored images of each other. During our time, we have worked closely with community planning to satisfy any concerns they may have had prior to scheduling today's meeting, specifically on reducing the FSI and building height of each of the dwellings. The site is also is located near Stan Wadlow Park, adjacent to a 2.5-story multi-unit residential building on the east side and a raised 2-story dwelling with integral garage on the west side. The property is also indirectly across from the new modular affordable housing project. For application A1482, the retained lot, there is a boundary tree on the west side neighboring 5 Bracebridge. This tree falls within the proposed building footprint, and an application has been submitted to Urban Forestry for injury or removal. We have recently been advised that Urban Forestry is supportive of its removal, as they have assessed it themselves to be in poor condition. Just to wrap up, I believe that the application will fit nicely with the neighborhood and does meet the 4 tests of minor variance. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. De Biasi, I see in the variances that there's no there's no variance for the lot frontage. So is 7.62 meters permitted?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Okay. What is the lot frontage requirement? How many meters?
I believe it's 6 meters. It's 20 foot like, yeah, I'm not sure in meters, but it's 20-foot frontage in that area.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so let's go on to Liz Walker.
Liz, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, they just unmuted you somehow. Where's the? Hang on.
What's that?
They just brought you up.
They didn't say my name.
Ms. Walker?
Sorry, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry. It was, thank you. Thank you.
Is this the time for Liz to speak, or you
Yes,
just letting
it
her know?
is. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I've never participated in a meeting like this, so I appreciate your patience. I wrote a letter because I
All
received
right, Ms.
the...
Walker, Ms.
Yes.
Walker, before you proceed, could you give
Mhm.
us your name and your address for the record?
My name is Elizabeth Walker, and I live at 1393 Woodbine.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I look out my back window every day and I see the bass tree, and I have been looking at it for 8 years, which is how long I've been living here. This tree is very tall. It soars over the rooftops of our block. There aren't many trees like it. We are close to Taylor Creek Ravine, and our tree canopy hosts many migrating birds twice a year, including goldfinches, orioles, and hummingbirds, in addition to the roosting birds that live in the canopy year-round, including robins, blue jays, starlings, juncos, nuthatches, cardinals, woodpeckers, red-tailed hawks, and sparrows. I've seen all these birds in my backyard thanks to this canopy. Cutting down a tree like this will damage the canopy of this block. And East York doesn't have a rich canopy like the beaches or Riverdale, so every single tree matters. And our trees serve the Taylor Creek migration path. And I believe that we need to protect trees if we believe in investing in the natural resources of every Toronto neighborhood. We were wondering if it's possible to shift the front yard setback rather than the backyard setback in order to preserve this tree. Thank you.
Okay, do you know what kind of tree it is?
It's a bass.
Okay, thank you.
I did include a photograph so that you could see its height. There is a bass and next to it is a maple, and those are the two trees that really serve the canopy itself. And you can see how tall they are compared to, you know, the other trees that you might see in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Parks?
I've got a question for the, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Nimrod. Go ahead.
Yeah. And if we can stop at the picture that showed which trees are being removed. So I would just like to ask the speaker, can you identify which tree you're referring to based on
sure.
the image?
Sure. If you look in the bottom, there are 3 red circles that have been marked.
Yes.
That's it. That's the one.
Between the 9 and the lower.
So it's those 3 on the bottom left corner.
You got it. That's right. It's one tree, but there are 2 sort of smaller trees that have come out the bottom of it. I can't remember the word for it, but it's the major tree that I'm really concerned about. I am not concerned about the 2 smaller stumps that have come out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mike Parks?
Yes, good afternoon, committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So Mike Parks, 5 Bracebridge Avenue. So I'm the property immediately to the west of the proposed development. I also have concerns with the siting of the proposed building and its impact on this boundary tree. So you'll have seen in the requested variances that the applicant's requesting to increase the lot coverage on the lot area and to extend the building footprint out to within approximately a meter or so, it looks like, of this of the boundary tree that falls on the property line between us and 7 Bracebridge Avenue. And approving that building footprint would essentially be a death sentence for this tree, in that there'd be no way to make that development without extensive damage to the root system, and the tree would inevitably decline after that, as indicated in the arborist's report. And so subsequently, as you already heard, the applicant has then requested a permit to remove that tree from urban forestry. And we're opposed to that removal for many of the reasons that were mentioned by the previous speaker. I think this tree, gives us private benefits in terms of shade, and I think it also gives huge ecological benefits to the rest of the neighborhood and to the city as a whole. And I would like the committee to consider whether there are possible modifications that could be made to the proposal that would shift this building footprint further away from this tree in such a fashion that the development could proceed without such damage to the root system, and hopefully allow for this tree to be preserved. Thanks very much.
So, Mr. Parks, just to be clear, it's not our job to redraw plans for applicants. We deal with the variance request as they are.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DiBiase?
Hi. Hi, yes. I've heard the neighbors and appreciate their concerns. I have spoken with our neighbor at Mike Parks at 5 Bracebridge, and I was aware that he was not supportive of removing that tree. But I did assure him that we weren't going to take any action, obviously, before we get any approval from urban forestry and get urban forestry support. With that being said, also we kind of briefly discussed too that if urban forestry did support the removal of that tree, that we can discuss replanting. Now there is going to be some replanting that urban forestry has already requested, but we can discuss some other, just to kind of provide that privacy for and shade for Mr. Parks. If I may too, I just want to address Liz Walker's comment. I have discussed their request to move the development forward towards Bracebridge. So we have already, like the part of the variance number 1 for that for 1482. The minimum setback is 6.73, and we've already pulled it up to 6 meters. So we've already kind of pulled that forward. If we were to pull it any further towards Bracebridge, we would lose like a usable driveway and lose a parking space, because it'll be too close to. We have a sidewalk on that side of Bracebridge, and you wouldn't really be able to park a car without blocking that sidewalk. And then also for Mr. Parks' comment about reducing the footprint in the rear. Realistically, I got consulted with our arborist, and he advised that, with the size of that tree, the way that it is, and we would have to be 5.4 meters away from the trunk of the tree in order to not injure that tree. So even if we pulled it back, 10 feet, it would still there'd be no guarantee that tree would not be injured, and therefore would require removal. Happy to answer any other questions.
Yes, Joanne?
So looking at the arborist's report, is the basswood tree photo C the only tree that you are proposing to make an application to remove? Are you keeping the trees on the photo D on the east corner of the subject site?
So there are 2 trees which we have applied for, and the only one that conflicts with the development is tree number 11, the one that is a boundary with 5 Bracebridge.
Okay. And what other one are you asking for?
The other tree is at the east rear corner, number 4. And that's also urban forestry consider that a boundary tree as well. And as you can see in that photo that's up now, it's actually pushing against the neighbor's garage or shed. I'm not sure what that is, but and also they've assessed that as poor condition as well, and has is supportive on its removal as well.
Although your arborist recommended preservation.
Preservation or removal, I believe.
I'm just looking at the caption under the photo. It said therefore recommended for preservation.
Again, that tree there, it was, it does not conflict with the development. So if urban forestry is not supportive of that tree, then we would maintain it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Have any comments? We have a motion. Yes, Peter.
Pardon me. I actually do have a question for the applicant. I think that, judging from comments, the real concern seems to be the tree and not necessarily the built form. And I'm wondering if the applicant had considered on that portion of the lot, keeping the existing house where it is and just building one new, or topping up the existing house and building a new, and if and why that option wasn't pursued.
It was in our discussions when we initially started planning the project. However, the condition, we did get the home inspected as far as the foundation. It's an older home. Even if we did maintain that, one of the larger concerns is that because it's so forward towards the, let me just reference that. The existing setback, front setback, is 3.88 meters to the front property line. Therefore, it wouldn't allow for a driveway. So then we would most likely need street parking, and we'd be requesting that. So by demolishing the existing house and building 2 identical homes, it would we felt that it better suited the development.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Nimrod.
Yeah, just a comment. Is it possible for the committee to request urban forestry to provide a report on that particular tree? Because all we have are just their standard comments with nothing specific to this application or a specific tree on the site.
Well, this particular tree, as I understand it, it needs to be removed in order to proceed with the project. So I don't know whether an urban forestry apparently thinks that there's some reason to remove it due to its condition. But in any event, the applicant, as I understand it, wants to remove the tree because it would not permit him to proceed with his plans. So I don't know that, urban forestry is going to help us with a report.
Oh, I guess, we don't have any report from urban forestry specific to this site talking about the status of any of the trees and why, what condition they are in, and on why a specific tree should or should not be removed. So I don't have anything to see from urban forestry that deals specifically with those questions.
Nimrod, maybe we can go back to the applicant, but I thought I heard him say that he's already made the application and he got an approval. But I might have heard incorrectly.
Yes, we have received an email last week from Urban Forestry. It was from Grace Tarosi, where she stated they performed a site visit to assess the trees on June 8th. And they found that tree 11 and 4 to be in poor condition. As such, Urban Forestry is supportive of their removals. And then they went on to say that tree 4 was a boundary tree and there's additional fees, which we're working on. And as well as there's some other, they require, committee approval before granting any permits or so forth.
All right, well, thank you for that, because we did not have that correspondence before us. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, based on that, I think then that the status of the trees then has been determined already then by Urban Forestry, and I feel like I would need to go and follow their recommendation. They are the experts in terms of the city on these kinds of matters. I think the variances before us are minor in nature. The severance is appropriate, and what's being proposed in terms of the development of the 2 new houses are similar to the adjacent house on the one side, and then I think the variances are appropriate and minor, and I would move approval subject to, and there's a whole bunch of conditions, one being from Urban Engineering and Construction Services standard conditions of consent, and then Urban Forestry. Are we going through each 39A, B, and C separately, or how are we dealing with this?
Oh, we're dealing with it. Well, I think we got to say the severance subject to the engineering conditions, and then the variances subject to the whatever the forestry conditions are.
Okay, because so Urban Forestry condition number 3 would apply to number 39A. Urban Forestry condition number 2 would apply to 39B, and Urban Forestry condition number 2 would apply to 39C.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. I would also turn your attention to the report from Engineering Construction Services. There are variances tied to the consent as well as to the minor variances.
Right, we would add that, their report and conditions as well.
Yeah, so I had a note that forestry condition number 3 was ×2, which I assumed meant that it applied to both the retained and the conveyed lot. And I think Nimrod just said forestry condition number 3 once. So I don't know whether I'm wrong or what.
Yeah, I didn't know what that X2 meant.
Okay. Well, I thought it meant it applied to two lots, but I may be wrong. I don't know. Can you help us, Sabrina?
Sure. So condition number 3, as it reads in the report, is that the owner shall provide payment in lieu of planting of 1 street tree on the city rounds for each lot, right? For each of the sites.
Yeah, so it's F3.
But we would note this in the consent.
Yeah, so it's F3 ×2.
But we issue 1 decision for the consent, so we'll make sure that this condition is part of that decision.
Okay. So whatever you said, Nimrod, they're going to do it right.
Okay, good.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Joanne. All right, all in favor? Okay, you have your approval. So has Aaron gone to pick up his child? Yeah? Okay. All right, move on to number 40.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can probably deal with item 40 and 41 at the same time.
Okay. Item 40, then. Item 40 is 2301, 2315 Danforth Avenue, and then in brackets 2285 to 2301 Danforth Avenue. I don't know what that means, but that's what it says. The consent here, this is a requested consent to obtain consent to sever the lot located within the mixed-use building with 2 lots and to create various easements and right-of-ways, and there's to be parts 7 and 8 to be retained, parts 5 and 6 to be parts 5 and 6 to be assigned, and and then there will be an easement over those. So I just want to go to 2301 now. So application number 41 is 2301 Danforth Avenue, and that is again consent to sever the lot. Conveyed, part 2 to be conveyed, part 1 and 3 to be conveyed, part 4 to be retained, and part 7 and 8 to be retained, and easements and rights of way. So, okay, so with this material, we have material from the applicant, we have correspondence from community planning and strategic initiatives, policies, and analysis, and a report from the engineering construction services. And for 41, we seem to have the same materials.
Sorry, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask staff just to put up community planning's comment. We did receive it yesterday afternoon, so it is in the extreme late pile with the condition that fills in kind of the blanks from their previous comments that were in an email.
Might help us to understand
Yeah,
what it's
so
about.
it's up here on the screen now.
Can you read this?
So it's just that the owner shall enter into an agreement regarding parts 5 and 6, and that would be to the satisfaction of the chief planner and the city solicitor. And it would be at the sole cost and expense of the owner.
And that agreement is as to the easements, rights of way?
Yes, so it's they've outlined exactly what the agreement would state in this paragraph.
Okay. All right, so that would be a condition, of course. Okay. Benjamin Pister?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you to the committee. My name is Benjamin Pister from Marlin Spring. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Danmore Developments Limited. My address is 2 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, so Mr. Pister, I think it would be helpful. First of all, I don't understand why there's 2 applications for the severance, but anyways, perhaps you can explain this to us.
Yes, absolutely. So if you don't mind, I think there should be a color-coded reference plan that was included in the application. That would be the most helpful to, yes. So there are 2 applications for severance that were submitted to the committee, and this was based on comments from the committee to submit as 2 separate applications. The first, which is shown on this reference plan, so the orange area being noted as parts 5 and 6, is a loading bay and the commercial waste storage area, which is currently under ownership of the blue area, which is currently owned by a residential rental operator. So this first severance application would be to sever the orange from the blue and retaining the blue area. The orange area would then become freehold and transferred over to the commercial use at grade. The reason being that the loading bay is primarily or more often being used by the retail area, and of course the commercial waste storage room as well. It had made more sense that that would be transferred over to the commercial ownership.
So
And I believe,
Mr. Pister,
yeah.
it might
Yes.
be of some assistance to tell us what's there now.
So currently existing on site is a registered condominium. There are 4 commercial units at grade, one of which is its own freehold, and 3 others, which I'll explain about in the second application, are being severed. But I'll explain that afterwards. And there's also there was a rental replacement requirement under this application for the condominium. And so there is a separate, that blue area that you see is not under the condominium. It's owned by a separate residential rental operator. Hopefully does that help explain?
Yeah, how many stories is this condominium?
I believe it is 8 stories in total.
Okay. And this blue area is rental?
Correct. The blue area is rental.
And is it in part residential or is it all commercial?
The blue area is all residential.
Okay.
And what you're looking at here is the second floor. So that rental area in blue, that is all on the second floor.
Okay.
So that's the first application, which is to sever the loading bay and the waste storage area, which is in orange, from the rental, and then the ownership would be transferred over to the commercial units at grade. And my understanding, the condition from planning, which we're in support of, we're fine with, we can accept that, is that the ownership not be transferred. I think there's a period of 20 or 21 years that the ownership not be transferred unless grouped together with the retail unit that it would be attached to.
Right.
Now the second application, if we can scroll down, please. Second application, I mean, and here you can see the orange and the blue representing commercial area and the residential rental area from the previous application. We're just, because it's multiple levels, we want to make sure that we're showing all areas. But the second application refers to the yellow, pink, and green areas known as parts 2, 3, and 4. Currently, they are operated as 3 individual commercial spaces under one ownership. And the purpose of the application is to sever the 3 commercial areas into 3 individual freehold units. So parts 2 and 3 would become their own freehold and be under 2 separate, under their own ownerships. Part 4 would be retained and sold to a future owner.
Okay. So is the orange part the easements and access? Is that what you call the easements right away?
The orange part still is the specific commercial, the loading bay and the commercial waste room areas that are being severed from the blue area, which is the residential rental.
Yeah.
In the event that this application is approved, there would be easements entered into for shared access between these areas as well as between the three commercial spaces, and also for other requirements such as mechanical, electrical, any forms of maintenance. So the easements are not necessarily being shown on here, but easements would be created as a result of the application being approved.
So they may be over parts of the orange part and parts of other parts of this property. Is that correct?
Correct. So there would be easements on the orange part that are in favor of the blue. So for example, we would have to have for the orange part being the loading bay, which is access for the condo, the commercial spaces, and the rental. There would be an easement on the loading bay in favor of the rental units. Currently, there exists an easement in favor of the condo, but we would have to add an easement in favor of the rental as well. And the same would apply for the rental for the commercial units as well. I think this chart sort of, while it looks quite complicated, I think this chart does help explain where the easements will go and who the easements will be in favor of.
Are there some easements being given to the city? Is that why the city's requiring, as a condition, you enter into an easement agreement?
To my understanding, there are no additional easements required in favor of the city, rather easements in favor of the various retained units to ensure that there is shared access and also maintenance, access for maintenance. But to my understanding, there's no easements in favor of the city. I think those are all in place already.
Okay.
Is there a separate owner for the rental residential component of that portion of the building?
There is, yes, and when we submitted the application, we received confirmation from the rental owner for us to proceed with this application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that makes things a lot clearer. Okay, panel, do you have any further questions? Okay, so right. Okay. So really, all we're being asked to do is, as I understand it, to grant to consider the two consent applications? Okay. All right, application 40, application 41. We need to consider the consent applications. Everything follows from that, as I understand it. Okay. Any questions, panel? Okay. Any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Joanne?
Okay, I'll give it a try. Thank you very much to the applicant's representative for that explanation. It helped to clarify the written submissions. I think that based on all the written submissions we received and the submissions from the applicant here, I think that the consents are reasonable in terms of facilitating the end use and results and ownerships of the various portions of this building, the rental component, the condo component, and the commercial component. So having said that, I think it's appropriate to authorize and grant the severances as requested, subject to the standard engineering conditions and also the condition required by the planning department as outlined in their memo. And that would be my motion on both 40 and 41.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Peter, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your explanation. Okay. Number 42, 6 Nassau Street. Purpose of this application is to construct 5 four-story townhouse dwellings. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Transportation Services, reports from Community Planning, report from Urban Forestry, a letter recommending refusal from the counselor, correspondence in support from 55 Nassau Street, and correspondence in opposition from Nassau Street addresses, Denison Square, Augusta Avenue, Friends of Kensington Market, an address on Oxford Street, and Bellevue Avenue. Okay, so we need to hear from Jane McFarland.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jane McFarland. I'm a vice president with Weston Consulting, the applicant on behalf of the landowner of 6 Nassau Street.
Jane, you can also turn your video on if you want to.
Fabulous.
Okay, so we need you to give us, there is opposition, as you might have expected. We need you to give us a presentation, please.
Certainly, and I'm asking if the committee could kindly pull up the site plan drawing that I submitted to committee prior so I could speak to the proposed development concept. Excellent. So the application that is before the committee today is actually a deferral from August 2021, whereby we had asked to defer the public hearing to provide additional opportunity to liaise with the public, the Friends of Kensington Market, staff, and the councillor's office. The application that is in front of you proposes 4 variances. 3 are to bylaw 569/2013 for density, height, and parking, and 1 variance is for height under the old City of Toronto bylaw 438/86. The property is located on the north side of Nassau Street. We are immediately west of Spadina, or immediately west of the properties that are fronting onto Spadina. And we're at the periphery of a neighborhood, the Kensington Market neighborhood. The site is currently occupied by a surface parking lot and a detached garage that sits close to the rear property line. The proposed variances before you would facilitate the construction of 5 townhouses. Each would be 4 stories in height. One of the townhouses at the south end provides an entrance off of Nassau Street, so the south property line. And the 4 other townhouses are oriented in the eastward direction and would provide their access off of the city-owned ladeway that is immediately east of the property. As part of the development application, we are proposing a land dedication to the city, which would widen the laneway. And we are also proposing a sidewalk along the east property line, in addition to front yard setbacks on the east property line for each of the proposed townhouses. Now, we've made a number of changes since the original submission. This minor variance application has been submitted in concurrently with a site plan application that was submitted to the city in 2018. Through the site plan application, we've gone through 4 rounds of submissions and addressed 4 rounds of city comments. That has resulted in eliminating the variances, or reducing rather the variances, from 13 down to the 4 that are in front of you today. We have removed a 4th floor terraces, which were originally proposed in the application. We've provided additional green space in the rear. And we've worked very hard with planning staff and other staff rather to come to a proposal that we really feel is acceptable in front of you today. I note that city staff, planning staff have issued a letter of comment which imposes 3 conditions, all of which we are acceptance of. They are to provide a green roof, a tree in the rear yard, and a minimum amount of green space, which is why city staff asked to tie such approval today to the site plan. We are fine with those conditions. Transportation notes, no comment. As part of our application, we did submit a transportation study, and this property is in very close proximity to many higher order transit along Spadina Road, just to the immediate east. At this point, I'm not going to go into all the detail of the letters that I have received and reviewed. They did not come as a surprise to me. We have tried to work extremely hard with both the Friends of Kensington Market and the neighborhood, as well as staff in the councillor's office. Since our deferral from last August 2021, we did meet formally with members from the Friends of Kensington Market group. We sent out additional letters to the neighborhood. No one did contact me to discuss this proposal. We did provide a response to Friends of Kensington Market that is uploaded to the AIC, so committee shall see our response back. And I'd like to reserve the reiteration of my comments on the neighborhood comments till we receive what I would suspect several people to comment on this application.
So, Ms. McFarland, I like to try and put this into some context. Your lot runs beside a laneway.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so you are using the laneway as the entry point for 4 of the townhouses.
Yes, that's correct. The property has frontage on both Nassau and the city-owned laneway. So we're utilizing both public frontages for access of these townhouses.
So what is opposite the townhouse entrances off the laneway? Are there other properties there? Are they commercial, residential? What are they?
Yes, the properties on the west side of Spadina have their rear onto the laneway as well, and they are mixed-use properties. So there are some commercial, most at grade, with residential units on top, and you do have residential windows facing west onto that laneway, similar to the situation or condition we're proposing to have residential face the laneway from 6 Nassau Street.
Okay, so do I take it there are no garages in these townhouses, so your tenants or owners would not enter the laneway with a car, they'd enter on foot?
That's correct, sir.
So this has no application to laneway suites at all, because it's not the laneway at the back where you put a laneway house, but it's still taking advantage of a laneway.
Yes, that would be accurate, sir.
So because of your unique setting, you can use the laneway as an entrance to the to your houses, townhouses.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this is just an ordinary residential lot in terms of its size?
Yes, I believe so. I do note that it is slightly larger than some of the lots with respect to frontage from some of the other lots to the west on Nassau Street. Immediately, I guess directly to the south of the subject property on the south side of Nassau is an apartment building. And that's obviously a much larger lot hosting a apartment building.
Okay, so, but this lot may be a little larger, but not significantly.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay, so are there any other developments in Kensington area of the same sort?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there certainly are.
Where they
One
get
in particular.
Off the laneway?
Yes. Yes, I actually brought a previous application to this committee back in the spring of 2021 at 45 Bellevue, where the committee approved 12 stacked townhouses off of a laneway.
Entrances were off the laneway.
That's correct. Very similar situation where you had the exterior unit facing the public street and the interior units gaining their access from a laneway which connects to Bellevue.
And that was, I guess it wasn't, so and across the laneway were properties on College Street or something like that?
In that situation, sir, across the laneway was a commercial parking lot that I understand is going to be developed by Create TO in concert with TPA for a mixed use development.
Okay, so was that the developer of that site on Bellevue, the same developer as we have here?
No, it's not, sir.
Really? So are there any historic townhouse developments of this sort using the laneway as the entrances in the Kensington area?
Yes, there are, sir. In one piece of correspondence, I did provide 4 examples and some pictures of those, but I can describe for the committee those 3 additional to the Bellevue one. On the north side of Oxford Street, which is the street to the immediate north of Nassau, just west of Spadina as well, there are townhouses on the north side, which are oriented towards a laneway, which connects to Oxford. There's a number of, a grouping of townhouses on Kensington Place, which is a formal name for a laneway, as well as another development on Fitzroy Terrace, which is a city-owned laneway as well in Kensington Market.
Are there any requirements for landscaping and soft landscaping in this type of development?
Yes, there are, sir, and we meet all of those requirements, as well as front, side, and rear setbacks.
So what is this classified as?
Residential multiple, sir.
Okay, panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Nimrod?
Yeah, so I noticed, is there like an outdoor area at the far end of that property?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. There is a rear yard amenity green space, which is to be almost fully landscaped at the rear.
And who will own that?
That will be the property owner.
Are these rentals?
It's very likely that we're going to proceed with rental, so it will be under one ownership. A small chance that we may go through a condominium, and then it would be a common element facility for all the residents to enjoy.
So I notice in the open space at the rear, I'll call it the rear of the property, that's where the garbage recycling and compost is going to be. So the individual units will not have individual bins, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. There are spaces delineated in, a unit as per a typical townhouse to store their garbage and recycling and food waste, and then to take it out as required, typical of any single or semi-detached or townhouse that's not part of a large complex.
But they're not all going to have green bins, blue bins, and garbage bins
There
as
will
individual
be
units?
Yes, I suspect there is room to accommodate each unit having their own small size bin that will be kept in that enclosed waste area at the back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, but it would be contained in that area versus.
Correct.
It's not going to, the proposal is not that the bins would be stored in front of each of, they're not going to have individual bins in front of each of their individual units.
No.
Okay.
They will be stored at the rear in an enclosed structure.
But there may be dedicated bins in the dedicated garbage area at the rear. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
How are they going to be picked up by the city? From where?
They will be brought to Nassau Street for garbage pickup weekly. Very similar to a single detached house that has been converted into a triplex or 4 units, where each of the individual units would be responsible for bringing their garbage out to the street for pickup on garbage day or recycling day.
So if it's rented, the landlord would have some superintendent or somebody responsible for maintaining these properties? And,
Exactly.
And taking out garbage, etc., shoveling
Exactly.
the snow, etc.?
That's correct. Removing the graffiti, of course.
No, nobody would do that. Okay,
Question.
can we move, so let us move on now to.
Question, sorry.
All right, oh, you have a question, Aaron?
Yes, sorry, yes. I just want to ask one very simple question. If this is a single detached house with 4 units, would you still have to go through this process? Or you will be going through a similar process as of today?
Yes, that's correct. Through the chair, to respond to that question, I suspect we would still need similar variances which relate to density, height, and unless we could provide some on-site parking, but we would still likely need parking because we couldn't meet the 1 space per unit.
Right. Do you know if the current zoning allows you to have 4 units in one single house?
Yes, sir, it does.
It does, right. Thank you.
This is 5 units, Aaron.
Sorry, 5 units. Okay.
Okay, let's move on to Mr. Reed.
Committee members, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, committee members. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this application. My name is Mark Reed. I live at 13 Osler Street. I'm less than 10 meters away from the subject land, the property. I'm speaking today on behalf of Kensington Market, which represents both residents and supporters of the Kensington Market. Friends of Kensington Market is very supportive of gentle density and intensification of the yellow neighborhood designation if it can be consistent with the prevailing built form patterns found within the neighborhood designation, and if it can satisfy all 4 variance tests. In this case, we remain steadfast that the proposal fails these tests, and we request that the committee refuse the requested variances. Friends of Kensington Market has written 2 letters of objection, July 26th and August 17th of last year. I'm not going to go through that reasoning again. However, with the overwhelming number of letters and petitions of objection at the August 2021 hearing, exceeding 60 in number at the time, the applicant requested a deferral to meet with the community to address community concerns, and committee granted the deferral request. I would like the committee to know that our organization has met with the proponent on several occasions over the course of this application's history and has been disappointed that they have neither heard or acknowledged our concerns or those of any of our community members. We met with the applicant following the deferral in December of 2021, wherein the applicant listened to our concerns in that primarily the application did not fit with the prevailing built form pattern of the neighborhood. And even on that call, we were told by Weston Consulting that they had no intention of changing the development application. So again, the request for a deferral seems like a disingenuous request to me. I want to speak to some of the ways in which this application fails to meet the test. First, Weston Consulting's response letter states that Kensington Market is a dynamic area with varying built form and building composition and placement. We agree with that, in particular on the mixed-use portions of the market. Kensington does represent an eclectic built form and building placement and composition, and the mixed-use places in the market do not reflect the prevailing character. However, the built form within the neighborhood or yellow designation does exhibit a very strong and prevailing character of 2 to 3 story townhouses, semis, and singles that almost uniformly front a public street and most usually step down from the front of the building to the back. I want to speak to some of the examples that Weston Consulting cited in their response letter. Only Kensington Place represents a townhouse example that fronts a commercial lane within a neighborhood designation. And this would have been developed historically a very long time ago. It's not a recent development. The north side of Osler Street, which was developed around 1998, is within a neighborhood designation. It includes townhousing that is accessed by a private street, not from a private lane, with landscape front yards and space for surface parking in the front yard. These townhouses face a residential use in the form of Toronto community housing and not a commercial use, as the applicant is proposing. And the space between the townhouse and the TCH facility is significantly greater than the width of the lane and setback proposed by the applicant. Finally, the other example that Ms. McFarland referenced, Fitzroy Terrace, is situated within a mixed-use designation and not a neighborhood designation. Only the Oxford example is relevant and sits within a neighborhood designation. And quite frankly, this example would suggest that the applicant's site is too small for the proposed use. I want to go on to cite some policy from the official plan. Section 4.1.5 states, sorry, I have a dog. It's just very loud and annoying. And anyways, the established neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood, in particular, patterns of streets and blocks and lanes, prevailing size and configuration of lots, prevailing building types. In this case, the proposed development does not respect and reinforce the existing character of the neighborhood with respect to the pattern of streets, blocks, and lanes. The neighborhood is patterned, the prevailing pattern is to situate buildings to front the street, with the rear of buildings to face the rear lane or a rear lot line. The prevailing size and configuration of lots in Kensington is approximately 5.5 meters in width by 30 to 37 meters in deep. And again, configured to front the street, with the rear of the building stepping down. The prevailing building type within the neighborhood is single, semi, and townhouse units oriented to the street with a building depth of generally 14 to 17 meters.
Mr. Reed,
yes.
You're over your time, so if you could wrap up, please.
Okay. Again, OPA 320 really sort of states that we need to look at the larger context, but the immediate context really prevails. And in this case, the townhouses that we really need to be looking for examples, are right on Nassau Street. And these typically all face the street, have units that are oriented to the street, and even if it's a 4-story apartment complex or a single semi or detached. We remain steadfast that this typology of very shallow residential townhousing faces an active commercial laneway with minimal setbacks, does not reflect the prevailing character or building typology of the neighborhood, nor is it desirable or a sensible use of the land that will contribute to good quality housing. We ask that the committee refuse the variances. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Reed, are you familiar with the and you may have mentioned this, but I missed it, with the project that the applicant cited on Bellevue, and that appears to be fairly recent.
Yes, we are. Friends of Kensington Market did write an objection letter to that, but we didn't mobilize the community the way that we did against this one. We were very disappointed that the proponent actually mobilized the BIA, people who have businesses in Kensington Market, but not people who necessarily live here. And it was a series of letters of support from the business community that convinced the Committee of Adjustment to approve the 45 Bellevue. And we were very disappointed with that decision. And we have mobilized this time so that that occurrence doesn't happen again. Again, it's a real difference when you have folks who run businesses and they don't live in the neighborhood, but they want people to live in the neighborhood to support their business. I get that. But again, if you live in the neighborhood, you want neighborhood change to be consistent with the prevailing character.
So
Thank you for asking.
Is the Bellevue project, does it differ in any respects from this project?
I don't actually think it fronts a lane. I think it actually just has a wide walkway, and the units are still oriented, you know, in an east-west direction, perpendicular to the original lot line. And the other thing I would say is I don't think it's the intent of zoning to reconfigure the lot line to suit a particular development. I don't understand why zoning didn't identify that as an issue and include many more variances with this proposal.
So you cited a project that you said was a private lane?
The Oxford example that Ms. McFarland referred to is accessed by a private lane. So each of the units has a little piece of that lane that they all share on their title.
It's
accessed by that private lane, and that provides access to front car parking and little gardens in the front. And these townhouses are probably 15 meters in depth. They're a standard townhouse depth. They're not 8 meters, such as proposed by the applicant.
So that was property that was owned by the developer, or, and each landowner or each townhouse owner got a right of way over it?
Yes, it's like a use agreement, an easement.
Yeah, so it's not, so the Bellevue property, can you tell me, you say you didn't think that was a public, this is a public laneway as I understand it.
That's correct. I don't think the Bellevue project is a public laneway. As I recall, 4345 Bellevue fronts up against a municipally owned parking lot. And it's not separated by a public laneway.
So how do they gain access?
They gain access via a walkway that's approximately 2 meters wide that runs perpendicular down the long lot line and accesses each property as it's sort of subdivided, a long, deep, narrow lot into a whole bunch of these really small lots. And I guess that's the real concern that we have, is that this sets such dangerous precedent in a neighborhood where people want to be. But buying, you know, two townhouse lots and then developing a plan to turn new townhouses perpendicular to the street just does not make sense. But it will happen if we're not careful and if we don't protect the intent of zoning and the intent of the official plan.
So Mr. Reed, is that Bellevue, when you say it's a walkway, is it again private land with rights of way for the homeowners?
I don't know how that's configured. All I know is that access to the individual units that are not fronting the public street are accessed by a private lane that runs the full length of what was a deep townhouse lot.
Okay, so you don't know the particulars, but you know it's not a public laneway like this one is.
I know that for a fact.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yes, Aaron.
Hi, hello. I just have a few questions about your concerns. I have listened about, the first thing you didn't like was about the process that how you engage with the applicant, that I get it. The second concern you have is about the existing pattern or some sort of design qualities in the Kensington market is being broken by this development. And that was kind of surprise to me because, I used to live in Kensington market many years ago when I was a student. And to me, it was about organic growth. It's a particular section in the downtown Toronto that allows different types of building, different types of spaces to grow and small businesses to develop their own identity. It's about inclusion. And that's what I want. I was surprised that you were so focusing on an existing pattern and said this is not fitting in. Because to me, Kensington market is about trying to fit in all kinds of development. So let's go back to another point. I was wondering what would be the negative impact of having the entrances along a public laneway where there's landscape design, where there are people walking at night with street lights properly designed, versus a house in the typical Kensington market, which I used to live in one of the units, a big house with 5-6 different units inside. Which one do you prefer? Do you think a large house with multiple units through a main entrance at the front is more important than having a new type of building that can solve this problem? Being safe, number one. Being two is naturally helps to, make that laneway safe to walk at night. And I don't think there's any gentrification happening here as well. It's a very small development. It's not a condo. I just want to hear what you think. Thank you.
Committee members, did you want me to reply to that comment?
Yes.
Yes, please. Yes, that's a question to you. Thank you.
Certainly, I can reply to that. In terms of the lot itself, it's actually two combined old townhouse lots that was purchased by George Brown long ago and used as a parking lot to support their student body. The thing about Kensington, and a lot of people think that Kensington is a place where anything goes. And actually, the Friends of Kensington Market make a very strong distinction between the mixed-use component parts of Kensington, where in fact anything does go, and the residential component parts, which have a very strong prevailing pattern, as I've indicated, of 2- and 3-story single, semi, and townhouse units, some of which are chopped up into multiple units, but they all front the public street. They have an address. They have a presence on the public street that makes sense. I think our concern is that building this kind of housing is potentially poor quality housing, and it wouldn't necessarily add to the sense of stability in an overall neighborhood. I guess that's the main worry, and we have communicated to the proponents that there's a very easy and simple solution: build two duplex units for a total of 4 units that all take their access from the public street, and you're almost at the same GFA that you're at right now. And that would be a development proposition that demonstrates good urban design, an appropriate fit with the official plan policies in OPA 320, and deliver good quality housing where people could have a front yard and a bit of a rear yard. And so what we're really concerned about is what are the amenities that are being offered here. In this case, it's sort of a little posted stamp piece of grass that really is accommodating the recycling and garbage facility storage. It's just not good quality housing. And that's not the way to build a city that lasts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reed. Cal Watson.
Cal, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Barely. Perhaps you could speak a little closer to the microphone.
Okay, shift the microphone. Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. I waited until Monday of this week before registering to speak. We had,
So, sir, can we have your name
oh,
and
sorry,
your
my name's
address?
Cal Watson. I'm at 29 Oxford Street.
Okay,
And I did attend the last meeting, but it got deferred.
Laurie?
I did write previously. I did communicate with Mr. Layton. At the last hearing or meeting, the applicant requested deferral to meet with the community to address community concerns. They claim in a letter of March 23rd, quote, in early December, they sent out letters to adjacent neighbors in Nassau, as well as adjacent businesses and residents, including Oxford Street. And I only saw that letter in the last 24 hours going through the city files, and I never received anything, never heard from them. And that was the expectation when we broke off in, I think it was August. So I waited until Monday this week before registering, hoping to hear or sort, other issues or air them. So kind of like the Friends of Kensington, I never, I never heard a peep out of it. I agree that the proposed structure is out of character. I support Friends of Kensington. I've reviewed their letter in particular. I live across from the Oxford townhouses that was brought up, who are on a private lane, and I agree with Mr. Reed. They're very different situations. Aesthetically, even the aesthetics of this building doesn't seem to me to fit the character of the neighbor. I wasn't aware of any building that I would relate to as being like it. The physical dimensions of what they're proposing, the height, the length, 2.5 times lot coverage, et cetera, is kind of way out of bounds from the bylaws as I interpret them, and I'm sympathetic with many others who've written about this, so I want to dwell on it. And I was concerned for my neighbor's loss of light and the loss of ability to grow plants and trees in the yard from it. And the big one, or one for you to think about, is permitting such a thing could create a really dangerous precedent for the whole neighborhood. Part of this, I think, is driven by, from what I'm looking at it, by money. And if you do the math, they buy a property for this, let's say ballpark $2 million, and they wind up with 2,150 square foot, 2,150 square foot units. They could sell them for $10 million. And so what would you say if, 6 months later, 8 Nassau Street said, hey, we took the architectural from 6 Nassau Street, and we'd like to do the same thing. And where does that end? Where are you going with this? So that's a concern for the neighborhood. I love the neighborhood. And the last thing, and I'm trying to go quickly because I've been listening for hours to where people have had to go through with all this, but I have a background in civil engineering. I'm familiar with parking and cars and road design and things like that. And I'm living at Oxford Street, which is just north of 6 Nassau. I drive past 6 Nassau or walk by it nearly every day. So I'm very, very familiar. Have been here for years. And that is a busy intersection and a busy area. And there's trucks unloading in there on the parking lot. And I am concerned with the entrances on the laneway because when it's snowing and someone's going to get picked up, they're not going to make them walk to the street. Someone's going to drive their car by, stop in the laneway, and wait for someone to come out the entrance and get in the car. And so that laneway, we were waiting to get in the laneway this week. Trucks parked there to unload and things like that. And in fact, trucks commonly park in that parking lot to unload to the businesses on Spadina, and they won't have any place to go. And there's nothing, that's not the fault of these people who want to do something with their property, but we're going to be facing that. And on top of it, those 11, there are in fact often 11 cars parked in that parking lot. One car parks right behind the other in the north end. And if you put a building there, you get rid of those 10 or 11 parking spaces, plus you'll have a building that in theory would have 6 cars. So there's 17 cars now going out onto Nassau Street or Oxford Street looking for places to park. And they mentioned Baldwin as a place, but that's hourly parking. It's not overnight parking. So, you know, Oxford and Nassau have a little over 20 cars on each street. And often, you know, when things are busy, both sides of the street are full of cars.
All
You
right,
know, that
Mr.
people are parking
Watson,
outside.
Mr. Watson, your time is up. If you could just wrap up, please.
Well, you know, I would answer that if you're going to proceed with it, then Nassau might be forbidden from buying street parking permits and things like that, but it would be very difficult in terms of parking that is already difficult as it is, and it would be difficult to get through that laneway if they proceed with this plan. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions? All right, Jane McFarland?
Yes, hi there, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so.
Is that all the speakers that we have
Yes.
today? Okay. Would the committee like my responses to the comments that we've heard?
Well, that's what we're asking you for now. You have 5 minutes.
Excellent. Okay. I appreciate those comments. I did hear a lot of similar comments to what has been expressed in the written submissions. A big theme from the written and verbal comments is about built form, pattern, and facing the streets. And that this, especially Nassau being one of singles and semis facing the street. That is not true. There's an apartment building that encompasses nearly half the block on the south side of Nassau Street. That is not a single or semi. Furthermore, a lot of the singles and semis have been unitized. Entrances are not all through the front doors. You can see that a lot of them are through the side, through the rear. 45 Bellevue in specifics, I am the planner on that site plan and minor variance application. I can confirm towards the committee that the proposed laneway right now is private with an easement in favor of the city until such time that the commercial parking lot redevelops and also contributes to a laneway, which is envisioned by Kensington Market to be a mid-block connection coming from Bellevue to the east. However, regardless if a laneway is private or public or has an easement or is shared between all owners of a multi-unit residential building, the fact is all these examples are examples where the front entrances are not directly to the public street. In this situation, it's entrances to a public laneway that would travel to the street, but it's still public property. In terms of looking at a revised scheme that the Friends of Kensington Market laid out, we did look at it. We did have our architect look at a duplex situation where you had 2 units, so stacked or 4 units, I should say, but 2 on top of each other, all having their entrances, 4 entrances onto Nassau Street. And what we found was a very long, dark, a bad building design, because to get the living space that units were seeking, you have this long building design, and you have to put in a lot more windows in terms of overlook and privacy. And it just could not achieve the quality of housing that we could by reorienting and positioning the units and taking advantage of the laneway. I did note that the second speaker commented on precedents. And I would like to reassure the committee that this would not absolutely create a precedent because not every lot in Kensington Market has the same adjacencies or has the dual frontage. In this case, actually, it's a triple frontage on a laneway. So number 8, Nassau, for instance, could not replicate this design in its true form because of the absence of a public lane to the east or west of that lot. This lot is on the periphery of the neighborhood, on the periphery of the neighborhood's designation. The laneway is partially designated mixed use as well. So it is true that you get a situation where you have a level of intensity or development that is compatible with both mixed use and the neighborhood designated properties. However, that being said, there are numerous examples of densities being approved by the Committee of Adjustment for singles, semi-detached, triplexes, fourplexes, through either new structures or additions in the area, many of which I put in the letter that exceed 2.5 and 2.6, which exceeds the requested 2.4 that we're seeking today. In terms of the street parking, any future tenant or occupant of the proposed townhouses at 6 Nassau knows that they're not buying a property with a parking space. There is transit, immediately to the east on Spadina. And furthermore, I really don't think it's my professional opinion that the highest best use of this property right now is for a surface parking space. We've proposed a development through these minor variances, which will put eyes on the street, will help with crime, will help with prevention, will provide units that people want to live in.
Ms. McFarlane, your time is up. If you could wrap up, please.
Very good. I think in my summary comments and to provide just some concluding thoughts for the committee, this is a very good planning application. The variances meet the 4 tests as stipulated in my letter and as required under Section 45 of the Planning Act. And I really urge committee to understand the merits of the proposal, all the work that we've done, and to approve the variances before you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do you have any panel? Do you have any questions? Do you have any comments? Yes, Aaron.
It's back to the same question again, basically. So this application is not seeking for some sort of subdivision or dividing the land into 5 different units. It's still one single lot with 5 units inside. Am I correct?
Yes, through the chair to respond. The application is not to subdivide. If we decide to proceed, I mean, the thought is right now to proceed with rental, but if we do unitize, it would proceed via a plan of condominium where you'd have parts of tied land and common element land for the sidewalk, for the rear yard amenity area.
Right, which you're not doing now. Okay, get it.
No, that's correct.
Any further questions or comments? Peter?
Thanks. Yeah, I remember when this came up last time, and there were lots of concerns raised then as well. I think it's a complicated one because looking at the variances, they're really quite minor, except for the density number. But I think the context of this, like, it's sidling up to lots that are fronting on Spadina. So this is an area that can and probably should have some intensification. And none of the variances are related to the orientations of the units. I actually think the orientation is an interesting approach, and I think it fits with Kensington in the larger Kensington context, because there are many really odd lotting patterns within the neighborhood, and very similar lotting patterns, frankly. I understand the concerns that people have raised both in person and in the written submissions. But I think this is a defensible application, and I'm going to be supporting it.
Joanne?
To further on what Peter said, I think the location of this property makes what might be acceptable different than if this was in the center of, a laneway in the center of entirely surrounded by residential built form. I think its location adjacent to the mixed-use development and Spadina makes it a different consideration. I think it's certainly a different and creative use of the property. On whole, I can support this application.
Well, I don't like this application at all. I agree with Mr. Reed, who says these are dinky little townhouses. It looks like a slum to me. I don't like the idea of access from the public lane, but then again, we have all these laneway houses, and the access is from the public lane. You're right, the location behind commercial and mixed-use properties on Spadina makes this different than the others. The townhouse developments that I've seen, that I'm familiar with, that don't front on a main street are ones that have some property, they have a courtyard, etc. They are a much nicer type of development than this one. But as Peter said, maybe it's defensible, this project. I don't have to like it. That's not my job here. My job is to see whether it complies with the zoning bylaw or is not or is a minor variance. And aside from, as Peter said, aside from the floor space index, this seems to comply. So, I don't know. Okay, Nimrod, what do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with your comments. I'm uncomfortable with the kinds of units that are being proposed, but then I don't have to live there, and we're not dealing with the unit sizes and the type of units. We're dealing with the variances that are before us. And what is across the street from this site is a 4-story apartment building. And so to me, this looks like another 4-story type of multi-unit building.
Aaron?
I basically concur with all of my colleagues, and I just want to mention that in other similar cases that we have seen before, there is usually an argument about where is the front wall, where is the main wall, with all those variants related. And in this case, there's no such thing in this minor variance application. The applicant could have just put a main door at the front facing us all and put all these side doors to the basement and call it a day. You don't even have to have this discussion at all. They're being honest and cut the unit without using a real corridor connecting the units together. To me, this is a safer way, a better modern way to create smaller units in this neighborhood. There are many of these small units in this area. We all know that. The question is, how do we make it safe and make it nice, and and like you guys said, we're activating the laneway. Now people walking on that laneway again, instead of a fence and 2 doors to the basement. So I think it is a better improvement than a typical house that is already happening in the Kerzen market area. So I would support it as well.
Okay, do we have a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I move approval of the application subject to the 3 community planning conditions.
I think there's a forestry condition number 3 as well.
Okay, pardon me. Yes, and the urban forestry condition 3.
All right, do we have a seconder? Aaron? All in favor? I hate it, but I'm voting for it. Okay, you have your approval. Number 43, 572 Palmerston Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a two-story ancillary building laneway suite containing a two-car garage and a second-story balcony in the rear yard of the existing duplex building, and will be accessed by the abutting laneway, Cosimo Tucci Lane. Also to construct a new ground floor deck at the rear of the existing duplex building. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and correspondence from TTC. James Sad.
Good evening, and members of the committee. My name is James Sod from Paradigm Architecture and Design. I'm the authorized agent on behalf of the owner, here to present for 572 Palmerston Avenue.
Okay, we're going to take it into committee. Mr. Sad, do you have anything to say before we go?
Just very briefly, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair, I just want to point out and reiterate that this is a revised proposal from one that was originally proposed at a previous hearing back in February of this year, which called for a three-story laneway suite and necessitated a total of 5 minor variances in total, largely related to the height that was being sought after. In light of the lack of support for the application that was put forth by both community planning and the immediate neighbors, the owner decided it pertinent to reduce the scale and nature of the proposed development, and so opted to request a deferral at that time. We stand before you today with a much more modest proposal for a two-story laneway suite that is only one variance shy of being as of right. I should add about the, with the exception of the rear deck on the main house as well. And this is all in relation to an inability to meet the rear yard landscaping requirement, which wasn't met with the existing condition anyway when there was with the garage there currently. So based on the letters provided by the neighboring owners against the previous three-story proposal back in January, wherein they explicitly state that they would have no issue with a two-story development, we would expect that committee would be in approval of the application at this time.
All right, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Peter?
Thanks. Yes, to the applicant, would you be open to having the walkway that you have in the rear yard between the main house and the laneway suite, would you be open to having that paved with permeable materials?
I can't speak on behalf of the owner, but if that were cited as a condition, I'm pretty sure he would comply with that.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Any comments? Do we have a motion? Peter?
I'll go ahead. I remember this from last time, and I'm pleased to see that the applicant has revised the proposal. I think this is it's admirable. It's almost as of right. But I think to address the shortfall in the soft landscape, having a porous material for the walkway would be helpful. So I move approval of the application, subject to the pathway, the walkway in the rear yard between the laneway suite and the front house be constructed with permeable materials.
Do you have a seconder? Joanne, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. And that's the agenda. We're adjourning at 6:27 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
You as well.
Bye.